What's up, Flannelverse? Hot best ball summer has arrived. I have a great stream planned for tonight with some phenomenal guests. We're going to start right now with Derek Debro Brown, one of the sharpest fantasy football players I know, the guy who got me onto Puka Nakua 2 years ago in the 18th round. That was pretty fun. After Debro is going to join for probably two drafts, but in the middle of that, Coachspeak Index, Greg from Coachspeak Index is going to join Debro and I for at least one draft. I think Greg might join for two drafts as well. And then finally, in the third hour, we're going to have Scott Barrett joining for at least one draft. We can see if we can talk him into multiple. Regardless, this is going to be a very fun stream. Can't wait to get started. We're going to be drafting Best Ball Manias on Underdog. This will be my first Best Ball Mania of the year with Debro to start. I'm going to be doing 150. I don't know if I'm going to be streaming all of them this year. I don't know if you're going to see all of them this year, but I will be drafting them. Can't wait to get started. As I said, we're starting right now with Derek Brown. Debro, how you doing tonight?
What's up, Neil? My dude, man. I love doing any of these streams with you, man, because just the vibes are always good. I love talking ball with people that are sharp as hell, and you're one of the best in the space, dude. So I think this is going to be a blast because I was telling you before we turned the mics on and everything that, like, I legit have not. This will be my virgin voyage of the year for best ball. Like, I have not done a best ball draft outside of. I did one stream with a friend on drafters, but no, I have zero action, none so far on underdogs, and we were just kind of chopping it up with ADP. Some of this stuff is wild, bro.
This is why it's fun to have Debro on for my first BBM draft of the season, because Debro always, I feel like you like think about players a little bit differently than the market a lot of time. I feel like you had the same.
Oh
thing
yeah,
last
that's
year.
why people call me insane.
Here?
That's what they say. I'm crazy and I do all this shit for hot takes, man.
Crazy like a fox. I mean,
dude, my whole thing is that, like, if you're willing to do the work, then stand on your process. If you're not going to stand on your process, then why waste the time with the work? You know?
Yeah. And obviously, your takes have been pretty damn good. Like I said, I mean, Puka Nakua, the one that sticks out to me just because you were like so in on him. Like he was the guy that you were like, we need to take him. You were like, that was like the stand you were taking was we need to take Puka Nakua in the 18th round. And then of course I failed. I failed at getting him in the 18th round in one of our drafts. I think we got him in a
Taysom Hill still loves you though.
Taysom Hill. I mean, you've had a lot of amazing calls over the year. Obviously, they're not always going to work out.
No, you don't remember that draft we did? You don't remember that draft?
Oh, that's right. Oh, we got.
Yeah, you queued up. We queued up
well.
Puka and Taysom. We had them in the wrong order in the queue. We got auto drafted Taysom.
No, we didn't. I don't think we queued up Taysom. The problem was I queued up only Puka, but then I had positional limit set. So if you let it, let the clock run down.
That's right. You had the limit set. That's what it was.
It was pretty brutal. We are about to get into a draft in a second here. We did want to Bindle's brought up. We were just talking about this before the stream started.
Bindles.
JJ McCarthy's girlfriend is pregnant.
Yes.
Dad's strength incoming. Barrett. So briefly
bet
before
those
we
MVP futures, baby.
Yeah. Before we got in here, Scott Barrett did join us, surprised us, and we talked with him a little bit. He was not enthusiastic about the baby, and I don't think I am either. Like I don't want that extra variable. I just want straight up JJ without a child. I want to see what he can do without these like the sleepless nights that come with having a kid. But you know, kid's not going to be here during the season.
The other side is, you know, the McCarthy family, like the grandparents be involved, and I'm sure that on an NFL contract, it buys you the ability to like have some support, you know?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. And like I said, I mean, I guess the baby probably won't be here. I guess I don't know how pregnant she is, but like baby's not going to be here anyway. And of course, as an NFL player,
decently
you've got nannies
from the pictures I saw. Like, so yeah, maybe
you just informed me of this before the stream, so I didn't even know that his girlfriend was pregnant. Pretty exciting stuff. Hartman says craziest thing about Debro is the crazy amount of ball knowledge he can fit in his head. That is absolutely true. Debro,
I have a pretty big head, so
yeah, that's what it takes. You gotta have a big head to fit that much knowledge in there. Emwald asks, Neil, did you get your salary for the Herzig contest? Debro, do you know what this is referring to?
No, I do not. What is this?
So Justin Herzig of ETR, who won the original BBM contest, set up a fantasy best ball. I think it's actually fantasybestball.com. Maybe don't go there without, because you might get, I don't know what's going to be there. So maybe Google it first. But I think it's called fantasybestball.com, and it is, you can draft. So it's like people who say they're going to draft at least 100 drafts in Best Ball Mania you can draft 6, and he gave everybody salaries for a $50,000 salary cap. So you can draft a team of 6 people who are going to enter into Best Ball Mania, 100 to 150 drafts. And I haven't actually read the scoring rules, but it's like you get points based on how many teams advance to the following round, how many teams get to the final,
So
etc.
we're playing DFS with best
We're playing
ball
DFS with best ball
Okay,
players.
I love this second level of DGen. This is great, dude.
Yeah, just a totally disgusting level of DGen.
Who's the min price? Who's the min price flyer? Is that Drew? Are we putting Drew as the $3,200 ringer here?
So I think it only goes down to 5,000, maybe 5,500, something like that. I have not.
Oh,
looked.
okay,
maybe,
like handcuff RB1 of the week. I got it.
You know what?
I got it.
Let me go find it. I'm gonna go find it and pull it up, and we can
hilarious.
discuss.
This is the first I've heard of this. This is awesome.
It's pretty funny, right?
Yeah, it's awesome, dude.
Wait, fantasy. Best
How much action do you think? I mean, dude, I kind of now we definitely have to get there have to be a lot more streams for Flannelverse between you, me, and Drew and Steele. Like then now the 200 has to happen. Okay,
absolutely. All right,
we're all getting equity.
Oh no, that's not right. That was a picture that he posted. I want to see where's the website. Fantasy Best Ball.
I'll let you send me a link. I'm afraid if I Google it, what I'm gonna get.
Exactly. I mean, it's pretty dangerous. All right, I'm wait. fantasybestball.com. Okay, that is right. All right, give me 1 second. I will be. This is what people came for. Is for me.
Oh yeah, they came to hear you type and for us to kind of just sit here.
Yeah, we're gonna get into a draft momentarily, but this is pretty funny. So we should look through the names,
dude. I mean, seriously, like this is the first I've heard of this. I'm legit excited.
Yeah. All right, pulling it up, and I have too many damn links open. All right, we're gonna go to.
What is it called? Fantasy.
It is, what is the site? It is fantasybestball.com. I am in the player pool tab. Let me make this a little bit bigger so we can see the salaries. All right, so here's the salaries. And we start with the $10,000 players are the 5 guys who have won Best Ball Mania in the past. That kind of makes sense. Just since you've won, you've won the right
Corain and Herzig getting the CMC treatment here. Okay, I see.
Yep. Corain, Herzig, El Gru, who won last year, Chess Liam, who won Best Ball Mania 2. All those guys at the top. You got
Leone at 9,000 feels a little bit overpriced. I'm going to avoid that. It's going to be
a little overpriced. I mean,
yeah.
It will be. It'll definitely be.
I'm just tossing strays. Just JK, man.
Yeah, definitely not overpriced, but I think he will be pretty chalky. Let's see some names that you would know. You might know Shady Advice. He's one of the best DFS players on the planet. Who also took 3rd in Best Ball Mania last year or 2 years ago. He is 8,600. Definitely a value there. You got Chris Spags at 8,500.
Freaking
Drew Dinkmeyer,
8,500.
Eric Beimfor, 8,500. You got the Badge Bros. Nez is 8,500, and I believe. John is 8,400. So I mean that's got to cause some strife in the Badge Bros. Why is Nez more expensive than John? I mean that's I bet they're feuding right now. You got Pete Overs at 8,500, Sakulitis 8,500. Anyway, I'm not going to go over everybody. I'm just going to tell you one of the most insulting prices is if you scroll all the way down. Look at all these names.
No,
all the way down to.
Are you min priced?
7,200. Not
okay. I mean that's okay. You're like a strong wide receiver too. That's okay. It's not terrible. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's fine, but come on, it's a little bit insulting. But then I can't really be that.
I am kind of surprised you're not priced over Overzet. I feel like there's a little bit of price rigging.
here. Overzet is a very sharp guy, very very strong player, but yeah, there are. I mean, Do Me Favors, another really strong best ball player. I'm not going to call out every name. A lot of these names. Oh, Coachspeak Index. I didn't realize he was on. He's only 7,000. So I'm more.
David Kitchen is 6K.
Yeah. So I was gonna. You got Fantasy Dog Pound on there. I'm trying not to. I'm not calling out every name. Who was I gonna find? Oh, I was gonna. No, but I don't want to give away my secret player. So because there are some DFS goats in here.
Yes, I've seen a lot of names that I've seen in a lot of rooms and a lot of There's a lot of names
J-Mac.
in this list that I've seen in live finals that I've been in.
Yeah.
This is an impressive list, dude.
Hit him with the gritty at 5,700. A lot of these are people that you probably are not familiar with also. So some of the names in best ball who draft kind of funny, but yeah, I guess min priced would be 5,000. But yeah, I've got some guys I've got my my eye on here that I want to draft. I'll just say this:
Dude,
I'm
this is
probably
so
leaving
awesome.
$5,000 on the table in this. I mean, there are some. We got Jim here apparently is pricing him. We got some really sharp players that are really inexpensive in this.
I mean,
draft.
Neil, you know how this goes. You don't want to get duped, okay? So you gotta
I'm
some
not
salary
being
on the table here, okay?
Yeah.
I love that we've gone down this rabbit hole.
It's pretty funny, right?
I just bookmarked this. I'm gonna be scrolling through this like later tonight when I'm laying in bed at like 2 a.m. This is awesome.
And I mean, D-Bro, you could get in. You just need to draft at least 100 teams. You need to tell them I'm going to draft at least 100 teams.
It's just
and
100.
then,
Okay.
Yeah, just 100 teams in SP Best Ball Mania, obviously.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can get in, but you have to tell them I want in on this contest if you want to be included in the player pool. And he had some deadline in I think July or August, so got some time. Anyway, we are without further ado, let's get into a draft because we've got Greg joining us in 45 minutes, so we're already running kind of late, guys. We're about to join a 30-second draft. So if you want to get in with us, we're doing the 30-second clock. Best Ball Mania joining ASAP. These ones don't feel you can probably join right now. It seems like the 30-second clocks, because there is the 20-second option now, are not filling immediately. So if you want to get in with us, you probably have some time to get in with us. Oh, shoot. Sorry about that. All right. I got to do it on my phone. Having the location issue.
So you're going to draft from your phone?
No. I just have to enter from my phone. It's like
got you. Yeah. I've had the location problems too at times, and then you just pull up on the tab.
7 more to start for anybody who wants.
Everybody hop in here, so then we get sniped like crazy.
Yeah, I mean that is the downside to streaming these, which is part of the reason I don't think I'm going to stream 150 this year. I might make all of them.
You're killing all your EV. Yeah.
I might make all of them available. Like I might do draft recaps on all of my drafts. But let's see where we at.
All of us DGens enjoy that.
Hartman says being priced over Neil shows the algorithm is broken. Best Ball and Club says Hartman. Maybe it's accurate. That is fair. That is fair. I did only advance 14 teams last year. It was pretty brutal. So I think that had something to do with my price. Was my very poor advance rate last year. But I'd done well in previous years.
So I want to ask you an overall theory question here, Neil, while we're waiting for this thing to fill.
Yeah.
Where are you sitting at? Like, okay, so we all like a lot of us pivoted hard to 0 RB last year, wide receiver. I mean, obviously in this format, wide receiver heavy and stuff, the avalanche, all that, all those things. Do you think this is a season where you're going to find yourself mixing in more RB heavy early if people are going to move heavy to that? Or are you just going to stay tried and true with wide receiver, a lot of 0 RB and thing? Because I'm kind of in the school of, I think we're going to get a backswing, man. After how many running backs stayed healthy last year, like I don't think that repeats. So I mixed in, and I forced myself to mix in a lot of different builds, like hyper fragile and things like that. And so I've got a very mixed up portfolio. But I guess like from a 1,000-foot view here, if you got to pick one, do you see yourself just sticking with 0 RB, or are you going to mix in some more heavy RB early?
I don't think I would mix in that much heavy RB. I do think I'll probably do more hero / anchor RB this year. Maybe I don't know what the difference is between hero and anchor RB. Maybe
I think it's the same thing, just different term.
I do think I'll probably do a bit more of that this year, but I'm on the same page as you. Like I think it didn't work out last year, and the field is going to overreact and just slam.
Agreed.
I mean, the ADPs this year, like the running backs have moved way up, and I kind of get it because they feel a lot safer, and there are a lot of like pretty strong running backs. Like it's hard to argue with, and I don't think I've taken a single share of Derrick Henry yet, but I'm like, if he just does what he did last year, his price is totally fair. So like I can't really argue with it. And Derrick Henry going as like the RB6 or something now. So I get it. There are a lot of strong running back plays, but I think the thesis still holds for 0 RB, which is the wide receivers that you're going to get late are going to be true like dart throws. It's going to be like 2 of them after pick 150 are going to be players that you're going to be really glad that you drafted.
Yeah.
I mean, most likely, like looking at past years.
Well, we're
maybe a
coming
few-
off of like, supposedly a down receiver class too. So like how many of those rookies are really going to pop for multiple weeks too? If you want to play it
Yeah.
that way too. Yeah.
But then running backs, like I said, the thesis still holds where the reason that we do 0 RB is you can, at least by August. Right now it's a little bit tougher, but like by August, we're going to know who the RB2s are on a lot of teams. So
Yep.
you're going to know all you need is an injury to the player ahead of them or trade, whatever. There are a lot of ways for RB2s to get on the field. And once they are on the field, they are smash picks. So like the wide receivers, it's so talent based that the players that are buried on the depth chart, they don't just like become smash plays if the players ahead of them get hurt. Whereas running backs, you just need an injury to the player ahead of the running back, and suddenly they're a smash. They're projecting for 15 fantasy points. So you don't. There are going to be very few wide receivers that you can draft late that are going to project for 15 fantasy points, and also they're extremely unpredictable. Whereas the running backs, it's a lot more predictable who has that, like who's one step away from projecting for 15 fantasy points every week.
To your point too, I think this year is very interesting with such a deep rookie running back class. Like there's so many guys that like I love that I know that I'm going to get a ton of exposure on. And it's really easy to sit here and get overweight on guys at the very, very end of drafts. That could be the RB2s to where it's like, or maybe they're just buried behind a guy like, say, like Devin Neal and stuff like that, like that are going to go in the 18th to 20th round, where it's just going to lean me to a lot of those dart throws and more 0 RB. So
right.
I saw we're up 107 is what we drew.
Yep, we are at the
Okay.
107. Lot of familiar faces in this draft with us. We've got, man, I'm forgetting what your name was. You didn't used to have your Snow 1021. I feel like you used to go by a different name here, and I'm forgetting what it was. We got Pepper Tony in here. We got Jim the Wall here. Wait, I'm missing. We had and then Emwald in the 12th spot. Okay, this is.
Okay.
Do I have the wrong zoom on? That's weird that it's not showing all 12. Anyway, it'll be maybe I need to make it smaller.
Or move us on the side or something. I don't know. Change the presentation.
No, it's just usually okay. There now you can see all 12 on the screen.
Okay, cool.
Anyway, yeah, that was the second point I was going to make, is that this draft class is like everybody agrees that it's a super deep running back draft class. So we're probably going to be able to get some pretty good running backs late. Whereas the receivers that we added, the ones that are probably going to be good, generally you're going to have to take them in the top 100 picks anyway. So I think it's a very strong year for 0 RB / hero RB once again. All right, D-Bro, I want to hear. So here I'm going to sort by ADP here.
Mm-hmm.
I want to know who you want with that 7th. You can wait until after Mitchie is done if you want.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait until they're done, and then we can talk the table real fast. I've got two guys that I really want. They're at the top of my list. One, I feel like this offense is just undervalued. Actually, both of these guys, I feel like the offense is undervalued. Okay, sweet. So I was between Genty and Puka. Let's go Puka. Dude, the Rams offense is just undervalued, dude. Stafford is languishing as like, did I see that right? QB freaking 25. Devontae Adams is wide receiver 19. Like, I've got Adams ranked aggressively, man. Like, I got him at wide receiver 10. I think this is the year we see Stafford bounce back. He's had lackluster passing touchdown rates over the last like 2 years. Like, I'm old enough to remember, Neil, first year in the Rams, he was cooking, bro. Like, had over a 6% passing touchdown rate. Like, the skills haven't eroded at all. He just hasn't, like, Kupp's age and then the injuries around him, like, crush the passing touchdowns. And I'm out on Kyron this year. So I'm going to have a crap ton of Rams passing attacks. So starting off with Puka here just feels right.
It's also just extremely on brand for you to take.
Well,
Puka.
of course. I mean, anytime, it could draft.
Felt like we needed to.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm totally down, like, depending on how this goes and stuff, like getting Adams going for like a Rams double. We'll see where he's at, because I don't know where's. So, and again, I don't know ADP that well. So, like, usually in kind of like, we know this like the back of our hands, but.
I think he's usually like a third
31
round option. Yeah, let's see.
Yeah.
I'm sort of by ADP. Yeah, he's 31.
31st. Yeah. So, where are we at? Like, our next two picks we're at
18 and then 31.
Okay.
All right. So we are on the clock. This is ADP right here.
I'm pulling this up. Um, dude, let's go 0. Let's go Brock Bowers.
Love it. Yeah, that's the pick all day for me. Also, I'm very in on Bowers this year.
I'm very in on like it is. I want one of the top 3 tight ends, or I'm waiting on Evan Ingram and a lot of drafts. Like it
When you
is
say top 3, so Bowers, McBride, who is that third tight
Kittle
end? Yeah,
all
that's what I
freaking
figured. That's what
day.
I figured.
Kittle, bro. Kittle has not been lower than like I think it's like tight end 5 or tight end 6 in his entire career. Basically, like he's got tight end 1 overall upside this year, man. Like I love Kittle.
Yeah. I'm glad that you said Kittle. I assumed it
And
was
San
Kittle. It's
Francisco's
just
all cheap, bro. Like they're all like free.
yeah. Yeah, I mean he goes in the 5th round, I think. Like his ADP at this point is in the 5th round. So
That's stupid cheap. I mean, again, going back on this, maybe like I should have just waited on Kittle since I'm talking him up so much. But like, I do want to get some Bowers exposure. And first draft, why not, man? But to the point, like I was also like on board with getting Genty first because I think the Raiders are an undervalued offense, man. Like I think they're going to put up more points and be better than people think. Like I was in on Jack Besh as a prospect. Deontay Thornton has got some serious juice, and he's going to be free in drafts. Geno is going to be cheap. Like it feels like an offense, like the passing attack. Like Genty's pricey, and so is Bowers. The rest of that offense is free money, though.
yeah, I mean, I'm curious to hear your thoughts on Jack Besh. I mean,
Dude,
are you back in on Jacoby this year? Who do you like?
I mean, Jacoby, Besh, Deontay Thornton. I mean, all those guys. I'll take them all.
Who's the last one?
Deontay Thornton Jr. He's a rookie out of Tennessee.
Never.
Like,
is he a receiver?
Yes, he's like if DK Metcalf and MBS had a baby. Like he's jacked, he's huge, he's fast, he's gonna run go routes. He's gonna be the guy that like he's gonna probably have like 2 week winning performances this year where he goes for like 120 and 1. Like
interesting. I'll have to throw
yeah,
him into my 18th round
he
mix.
is super fun, dude.
Somebody just said Stafford is perennially the most underrated quarterback in the NFL. So yeah, and I would throw Geno into that mix as well. While we're talking about the Raiders, I think Geno goes very late, and I think also has pretty mega upside. I was
gonna say they're not overlapping bye weeks, are they?
Which two?
Stafford and Geno.
They are. Looks like.
Crap. Okay. Well, there's that.
We could add Devontae on here if you wanted to. Otherwise, I mean.
Oh yeah, no, I want Adams.
Okay. Yeah, I kind of figured you did.
Yeah, I want Adams.
There we go. We got the double stack. Unfortunate. Now we could still take them both and just add on one better, like earlier quarterback.
Yeah, we can.
We can kind of see what falls to us.
Kind of see what falls to us. Like I'm totally fine, especially when you get the rushing variety guys, where it's like you can single stack them. You know, like the Fields of the world and people like that. Like single stack them. It's fine.
Yeah. Milton,
because you're playing it for the rushing anyway. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah, we could take a rushing quarterback. Milton, yeah, that I knew. I was like, I know that name, but you used to go by your name on here, Milton Williams. Good to see you. Sorry,
I'm today years old to find out that you can change your screen name on Underdog. I just never messed with it.
Yeah, I never.
I kind of figured it was like DraftKings were like
not an Underdog. It's his YouTube name is what I mean.
Oh, got it. I was just to say, I was like, I thought it was like DraftKings. You're like, you're set.
Yeah. I think it is on Underdog also. I've never tried though to change it.
Yeah, same.
Pretty strong start for us though. I like this. Puka. I think the Puka Brock Bowers combo is maybe it's not because I think Puka we took him a little bit earlier than some people do, so maybe it isn't that rare, but still a fun start regardless.
Well, I mean, and then getting the double. I mean, dude, I think Adams showed that he has not lost anything last year. So, yeah, I'm totally fine with going with him. Again, like I'm way above ADP on him. Like I'm going to have him as a wide receiver 1. I just look at this offense and it's like, who are you worried about taking a 20% target share outside of those two guys? Like they legitimately Puka and Devontae might be close to sniffing 60% of that passing offense.
Yeah.
Both of them has shown the ability to draw close to 30% target shares. It would not shock me at all, dude. Like, you got Tutu Atwell. Okay, fine. There's some spike weeks there, but he's not drawing a high target share. And Tyler Higbee, nope.
We're on the clock now, by the way. This is sort of about ADP.
What do you think about JD5?
I wouldn't be mad at it.
Let's go with it.
Also on brand. Also, like you said, like we don't need to stack them up. We do have the option of Debo.
But we got late options, dude. Like, I mean, Debo is not going to be expensive. You can go Zach Ertz late. I mean, we could get wild and do like some Noah Brown stuff and things like that. Like, you know, there's ways to go.
Got options.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
Sorry, were you just responding to the question about do you think they can hit your lineup in the same week?
Which one? Me?
So we have Peppertoni asks, do you think Puka Adams can hit your lineup in the same week? How do you approach roster construction now in terms of number of wide receivers you want? I feel like I have 1.5 wide receiver instead of 2. If I have when you take these two. I think they both can, because we saw
they can absolutely hit in the same week. I mean, this offense is so consolidated, man. I'm fine with that.
Yeah. Like I'd be curious to see. Actually, I wonder do I have the data suite? I was having issues loading it earlier, but we could look at their production. Like that's one of the options in here. Maybe if I just try going to weekly fantasy points scored, is this going to load for me? I think. Oh, here it is. If we go to just wide receivers.
We're not close to being on the clock, are we?
Looks like we're 3 picks away. We're 3 picks away.
Okay. Let me see top of who's here. I was like, you know what's gonna happen? Like the last time I think we streamed together, I got freaking auto draft because I was like on looking at other screens and shit.
That was when the big Toledo conversation. Yeah. When you were just distracted by the Toledo pronunciation.
Oh, dude, you threw me off, man. I blame you for that.
I'm happy about it. Yeah.
So where are we at? We're in the 5th round.
We're at 55. Why is this?
So when you go true zero, do you usually crack the egg and break the seal in the 5th or the 6th? How far do you push it, or is it different every time for you? Like, do you have a hard fast rule of when you break the seal, Neil?
No, it's just based on value. It's not letting me sort by ADP for some reason. Oh, there we go. Okay, just have to go to a different screen. So this is sorted by ADP. Oh, Kittle's there.
Yeah, but we already
already have. Yeah, we already Bowers.
Yeah, I don't want to go bully. Dude, I'll dealer's choice. Well, let me see if we got any correlation with other one of these guys. How much time I got?
13 seconds. I know you like Kenneth Walker. I'm going to queue him up for now.
It is. Oh, let's go Walker because they get the Rams in week 16. I was in between him and RJ Harvey. I could have flipped a coin for either.
Okay. Yeah, I mean,
but I'll put the correlation.
You did send me your handy best ball schedules, which I could pull that up next time. But yeah, so we have Detroit, Seattle, Atlanta. We should be targeting, and then Philadelphia, Houston, the Giants. Oh, but we also have
Rams.
Yeah,
and then,
Washington.
JD5.
Giants.
Dude, it's all divisional stuff.
So we have Eagles multiple times, right? Yeah, we've got Eagles on there twice. Of course, not many Eagles left to take. Giants on there twice.
Mm-hmm.
So Giants are a good team to target for us.
Yep, we could break the seal with one of the running backs. I like Scattaboo a whole lot. I think he's going to take over that backfield, dude. I think Tracy's days are numbered. I think that pick was very telling, especially like if you look at the archetype of Cam Scattaboo, like you don't take a volume bruiser bulldozing back like that to sit there and put him into a Thunder Lightning committee, especially not with Tracy's fumbling issues. So
yeah,
I'm gonna have a lot of Cam.
I think that I've been all the sharp people I follow have been in on Cam. I had been thinking the opposite of like maybe Tracy like wasn't as bad as people are remembering, but I think with the fumbling issues and so many sharp people saying otherwise, I'm getting scared off of my Tracy take a little bit. So maybe I need to get in on Cam also. All right, we are coming back to our pick. First of all, I want to say Zen says just popping in for a thumbs up. Appreciate you. And that's a good reminder. If you have not already liked the video, I very much appreciate it.
Please.
The support. If you have not subscribed to the channel, I'm hoping to get to 5,000 subscribers by the time the NFL season starts next year. Oh, we are on the clock. I'll continue after. All right, so we have ADP. Alvin Kamara's the top. Chris Olave, Chris Godwin, Juwan Jennings.
Do you want to build out any more Raiders? Do you want to go
Good. We're getting behind at wide receiver, I'd say.
Yeah, let's go Olave. I'll take the upside swing, even though it's a nasty offense. I think he's going to get a crap ton of volume.
All right. Like, I have not taken a ton of Olave, so
no, same. And I don't think I think it's going to be he's going to be one of those guys I'm just going to have sprinkles of. So might as well get it here.
Yeah. All right. So finishing what I was saying, yeah, if you would subscribe, I would very much appreciate the support. I also do now have the option to join the channel. So far, Debro, I have 0 members of the Flanoverse channel, but if you wanted to subscribe, you can get access to all the cool things you get. You get Discord access to there's a free Discord too, by the way, link in the description of this video. If you want access to the free Flanoverse Discord, when you sign up as a member, you also get extra channels with that membership in the Discord. Just one so far, but I'll probably add to that as well. We're just starting out with the memberships, but yeah, $4.99,
man.
You can join. Would appreciate it, but also just subscribing. Whatever you feel like doing is very much appreciated. Getting back to the question of can they hit the same week, I was pulling that up. We got just wide receivers, and I want to go to I got to search by the name, I think.
Detroit, Seattle, Atlanta.
Did Puka and Cooper Kupp? This is the question I was looking for. And I'll go. So this is PPR. Let me go half PPR because Underdog.
I mean,
but yeah, we had week 11, 25.
A lot of red in there, bro.
21.8 for Puka.
Yep.
A lot of double digits. I'd say this is the only week that's like you love having both of them. Week 12, I'm not mad at getting 16 out of each of them.
Go to 2023, Neil. Go to 2023 because I think Kupp was washed last year.
Good point. And both of them missed time last year too.
Yep.
I'm gonna go back and check, make sure we don't miss our pick. And we are on the clock.
Caleb Johnson, easy.
Caleb Johnson, easy. There we go. Easy game.
Yep. It's either, I mean, I do think we're not getting too much into it with him, but dude, I think Stephon Diggs is incredibly undervalued. Where are you at on him? Like the fact of where he's going, like on the board, I'm going to have a lot of Diggs if he stays here. He was wide receiver 19 in half-point scoring last year before he got hurt. So we're getting him right now. Like, where's he at right now on the board? Like wide
77. Wide receiver 43.
That's crazy. Like if he stays healthy and he's somewhat like effective, like he's going to pay off on that. Like even if he's a wide receiver 3, he's still going to beat that price point, man. It just comes down to like, he's just not the sexy name everyone wants to take. So like, I'm probably going to have a lot of Diggs and Drake May.
Yeah, I think it's a good stack. I've definitely been doing some drafting of Diggs. He hasn't been like a huge target for me, but maybe I need to move him up my ranks a little bit.
I'm sorry, Jim. I didn't mean to. If you're talking about Diggs.
Yeah, he is talking about Diggs because he did just go right in front of where Jim was supposed to be drafting.
Oh, my bad.
I mean, it's what we're here to do. We're here to talk about it. Jim will forgive you.
That's what you get when you hop into one of these rooms, okay? Like, that's not my fault.
Jim knows. So limited sample for Puka and Cooper Kupp in 2023 as well together. A lot of missed time. But we had this game 15.8, 16.6. Not a lot of honestly awesome scores together, but I do think
but I think if you're look at the other variants too, like, I mean, you got some Tutu Atwell sprinkled in there. If this is a more consolidated offense, if we had, and I mean, if you go down to, was it this year with DeMarcus Robinson that he went nuts at the end of the year?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like,
it was 2023.
Yeah. So like, if you have those things, it must have been 2023. But if you have that, I think there's enough consolidation in this passing attack. Again, I'm not worried about it.
Yeah. So we are 4 picks away. I'll read off the team that we have for now. We have Jaden Daniels, Kenneth Walker, Caleb Johnson, Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams, Chris Olave, and Brock Bowers. So we're at 1, 2, 3, 1. I think that's a pretty strong start here. Sorted by ADP, it would be Mahomes next, Brian Robinson, Isaiah Pacheco, Baker Mayfield, Amika Agbuka, who I know you were super into pre-draft. Are you still?
I'm not now, not unless I'm probably stacking and I'm looking at there's not even correlation we can lean on here. Unless I'm stacking Baker, I'm kind of out on Agbuka. Like I just this is a Roma Dunze JSN kind of situation, and I know that's kind of the chalky take, but I agree with it.
We just saw a guy whose name is Amika Agbuka took Baker, and then the next pick was Agbuka to somebody else. All right, who do
I
you
want
like?
Jaden Higgins.
Jaden Higgins
Mm-hmm.
over Trey Harris.
Where is Trey Harris still on the board? Oh wait, do we still? And then Cam is there. Oh well, Trey's still on the board. So
Who's your preference between these two?
I think considering the build, because we have let me see, where's Houston?
We're getting
at?
Higgins. So
yeah, we're getting Higgins.
That's okay.
Yeah. And if we can take Harris with the next one, then I'm down with that. But we'll see if he makes it to us. But I mean, we got a few different choices.
Yeah.
And we're just gonna have to go like nasty double stack with JD, is what it looks like. Or a single.
Yeah, probably just a single stack because we got Debo off the board. We can always add on a late Ertz, which would actually fit really well if we go Ertz Bowers. Like that's this pretty strong tight end room.
That's pretty strong. Yeah, I'm totally down with that. I have a late tight end du jour guy that I don't want to mention yet because I know there's a lot of people in here, but I'll toss him into the private chat. Maybe we could swing for him.
Very nice. Joe Coldham, good to see you. Stephanie, what's up?
Hey, Steph.
Good to see you. D Owens asks, what about Sinnott in Daniel's builds?
I'm fine with it. I'm totally fine with it. I mean, the other thing about it is like, especially large field tournaments like this, I think there's a ton of players like that you want to get exposure to, because if you get at the final table, you might be the only person with Ben Sinnott on your team, and that could be a difference maker when it comes down to week 17.
Milt just took Trey Harris, so I'm going to dox him. My next video is going to be a tirade against
I got 2 guys that I think I like here. So what's our team so far? We got JD5, we got Kenneth Walker, Caleb,
Puka Nacua, Devonta Adams, Chris Olave, Jaden Higgins, Brock Bowers.
Okay. How you feeling about the build so far?
I like it. I think it's a really strong team.
Yeah, I like it. A lot of teams, a lot of different exposure, trying to give ourselves a lot of different outs, kind of hitting the board with don't do it.
I know who you want.
Yeah, I know you know who I want. I'm afraid the chat or who's right there knows who I want. Hopefully, I don't freaking get auto picked.
I really like a different pick here too. He did not take who I assume you want.
Cam. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who else were you looking at?
I'm super into Jordan Mason.
Same. I think he's a really, really good pick. I love that. But you go ahead and talk him.
Yeah, I mean, it just you read the Coachspeak on Jordan Mason was like, I think he can help us with goal line and goal to go situations. Like it was all very positive from that perspective. Talk about Aaron Jones has always thrived when he's in a 1A 1B type situation. So I think he like plans to split them out. It was also, I thought, telling that Aaron Jones was given way to Cam Akers a little bit late in the year last year. Like Cam Akers was actually like earning some of that backfield. I think Jordan Mason is just way better than Cam Akers. He was one of the leaders in the NFL in explosive run rate last year. So I think like if they're thinking about using him in the goal line, he was great with explosive runs last year. He's already in a 1A, 1B committee. I think he could actually win out that committee and end up as the 1A. And then obviously he has the upside if anything were to happen to Aaron Jones. So I just think like he's already in a fine situation to have spike weeks, and he could just be an absolute smash in that offense.
I just look at it. It's a hedge against Aaron Jones, who's coming off a career high in touches at his age, and he was banged up last year. And if you look at the deeper tackle breaking metrics for him over on Fantasy Points Data Suite, like they kind of dip, dude. Like, I mean, his explosive run rate died down, his missed tackles force per attempt died down, and his yards after contact per attempt stayed okay, and the pass game stuff was okay. But you definitely saw, like, I mean, Father Time started to kind of like seep into those efficiency metrics.
Yeah.
And that's always like a scary moment for me. Like when I see that starting to happen with certain players, that's another reason why I'm out on Kyron, man. He's the new Rashad White. Like, and I think that there's so many outs for him to fail this year, whether it's Corn, whether it's Jarquez Hunter, who I love later rounds talking about a 0 RB build. Freaking love Jarquez Hunter. He's arbitrage Bashal Tootin this year. Tell me I'm wrong,
Love it.
Neil.
Yeah, I mean, I already knew that you loved him because we've talked about it a little bit, and I think
we've texted about him like back and forth. So
yeah, and I'm with you on Jarquez Hunter. Like he could be a 0. Like there is big
he
risk
could
there. I
be.
think, but like the upside is worth
Could be,
it in the
but
late
I'm
rounds.
not scared of Kyron like everybody else is. Like everybody talked about all these things. I'm like, the thing when it comes down to like these inefficient volume running backs, if there's not a guy in that running back room that's talented enough to take away the work, then the guy keeps the job. But if there is a guy that can break tackles, create explosive runs like Jarquez Hunter, we saw this last year with Rashad White. We've seen it with other backfields over the last few years. When that happens, that's where you see guys start losing work to younger and better players.
Yep. I mean, the scary thing is we all thought that was going to happen last year too, though. It's like he was not that good the year before.
I didn't think it was going to happen.
Okay.
I didn't think it because I was not in on Blake Corum. Everybody else loved Corum as a prospect, or a lot of people did. I didn't like him at all. There was so many red flags with him as a prospect that I feel like people they overlooked, man.
Yeah. Well, then there was the whole like he got steamed up. All right, it is our pick now. Sort of by ADP here. If you, I know you like Tootin or you like arbitrage Tootin, I guess. Anybody that
How are we doing? Yeah, I'm fine with Tootin. I
We're
mean,
at
how are we doing?
1-3-4-1.
We get another. What's the wide receivers look like a little bit further down the board?
We could add Besh if you wanted to. We got Marvin Mims, Besh, Christian Kirk also would be.
Is he going to be on the board with our next pick though?
Possibly.
Let's push it. Let's push it. I want Tootin.
Oh, can I do it? No, I can't. Shoot.
Ah! Oh well.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I'm rusty. This again. It's my first stream draft,
bro. Like same thing. Usually when we're doing this at the end of the summer, both of us are like, "Oh, these are the playoff teams, and this is who's playing who," and we're like 10 layers deep. And so I feel I knew this was going to be an interesting draft for us, Neil.
Yeah, that was. I could see the time going down, and I was like, I don't think I have it in me tonight to make that switch right now.
We have good. I mean, really, we have the option of Stafford or Geno in this build if we want to go for QB2. So, like either one, we got a double stack with.
Yeah.
Stephanie, I was actually about to ask you the exact same thing here live. Yes, I will be there.
Oh, nice. I signed up for Scott Fishbowl for the first time this year. I have not been invited so far, so we'll see.
Oh, you'll get in. If I have to text Scott or DM him myself, I'll make the case.
Okay. I've already had the person who had been encouraging me, Steven Urbanek, had been encouraging me to sign up. So I said, all right, I've heard about it so much. I'll sign up this year. So I finally did. But yeah, I know nothing about what it actually is. I think it's for charity.
Mm-hmm. Charity yeah, every cent raised goes for Toys for Tots. It's awesome, man. Scott does a great thing with it. Really, really good. Fun scoring, fun kind of. I mean, speaking of which, I'm like a walking banner. I forgot I had my SFB shirt on.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
Crutches, evening, sir. Charlie, I don't know what you're talking about. He said he wasn't popular as a prospect. He was popular because of his landing spot.
Blake Corum, I think that's who it was.
Okay. Gotcha.
And I would disagree about that. I know a lot of sharp people that like Corum as a prospect. I didn't. Stroud
goes. I was sort of hoping we would get the Stroud stack with Higgins. We still have several late options. Yeah. What do you think of Tyler Shuck? I don't know how to pronounce it.
I'm not. It's Shuck. I'm not against it, man. I worry about that offense overall. Like Olave felt like not that
it's our pick now. If you have any thoughts. Tajay Spears is there. We're at 1-3-5-1.
It's really another receipt. Well, we're kind of like in running back no man's land.
Take a second tight end to be done.
We could do that. I mean, no, I want to leave that out for JD5. So
5 seconds.
Let's go Jaden Blue. Jaden Blue.
We didn't. Wait, what just happened?
Did we get frozen?
Oh, we took Njoku.
What?
I guess I didn't queue up Mims in time. All right. Sorry. Yeah.
That's okay.
I think I just
Chicago,
apparently didn't queue them
Buffalo.
up in time. I thought I
Well,
had
I
it.
mean, we do have week 17 correlation with Caleb Johnson, so we'll take that. That's fine.
Okay. That's true.
Please tell me they don't have the same bye week, Neil, so I can at least like make this case to myself here.
8 and 9. Good.
Let's go.
Good as
All
far as
right.
buys. Okay. This has been not the smoothest draft, I will admit, as far as we have knocked
We're
out our
definitely
guys every time.
we are definitely working through some things and knocking off some rust, man. No
Yeah.
doubt.
But I think it's going to turn out okay anyway. We can save this one.
Yeah, we'll be fine. This is still a good team.
Yeah.
What's the team so far? Where are we standing at, Neil?
We are at, hang on one second. Jaden Daniels is our only quarterback so far. We've got Kenneth Walker, Caleb Johnson, Cam Scadaboo, Puka Nakua, Devontae Adams, Chris Olave, Jaden Higgins, Jack Besh, Brock Bowers, and David Njoku.
Okay. So really just second QB, hammer running back and wide receiver. All right. Bet.
Yep.
Totally down with it.
It's also, I would have liked Zach Ertz as our second tight end because we
Yeah.
don't have a stack yet, but it is what it is.
We could take some late wide receiver, like do a late double with like Noah Brown and
All right, who do you like here? So we've got I assume we don't want to do tight end. Okay, wait, how do I do this?
I'm looking at who.
I'm going to queue up Gino just in case because he wouldn't be the worst pick if we get sniped. But I'm assuming we want running back, wide receiver. So Garendo's there. Ray Davis, if you like him. Rashad White, Tank Bigsby, Tyler Algier.
Let's go queue up Tank. And
too late.
Okay.
We got Geno Smith. We got Geno Smith.
All right. Well, we're done at quarterback then.
We are done. We are done at quarterback. We've got a stack. Oh, but we have both the Rams. So interesting. I'm surprised that it wanted us to take Geno so early when we have both the Rams. Did Stafford go?
Did Stafford go? Who would have taken Stafford with like?
No, he didn't go. He didn't go.
Okay.
I guess it just likes Geno that much better, which that's fair.
Okay. I mean, either way, we're making bets off of we're just investing in a good offense then. So
yeah.
Stafford, it's fine. Let me see. What is it, like the tight end round right now? Good Lord. Okay.
Dion says now you think we should add Sinnott to our already 2 tight ends?
I mean,
that feels a bit much.
Yeah, feels like a bit much. I'd rather.
Saul says watching one of my favorite week 17 stacks. Sorry.
I'm trying to think who's okay. So Washington has the Giants and the Eagles and the Cowboys. I mean, we got some options, man. I mean, we could still go Noah Brown, Luke McCaffrey, like for free. We could double him that way with JD5. We could also, I mean, we could get really weird and go deeper running back. Like we could go Washington's Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt if he wins the RB2 spot.
I think that was a name that Davis Maddox threw out on his stream, and I was like, I've never heard of that guy. So all right,
he's very good, dude. He got screwed over by the NCAA. He basically played one game last year, and then they told him he was ineligible. He couldn't so he had to sit out the entire year. So he goes in the 7th round of the NFL draft. If he would have played the entire year, he probably would have been a 4th, 5th round guy. It sucks.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, very talented.
All right, we're coming back up on our pick in 3 picks.
I feel like it's running back, right?
Probably, yeah. Dion says, isn't 3 quarterback considered optimal based on DBM data? I think you're referring to the Leone manifesto. And yeah, I believe that was like the top EV was if you could have 3 stack quarterbacks. But I think it's still like if you take a quarterback early, you probably don't want 3 typically. Yeah. We could throw on a Stafford if he's available in one of our later picks, but I don't feel obligated when we already have 2. All right, now we can still get Tank. So this might have just worked out really well if Tank is presumably still the guy you want.
Yeah, where's Jarquez Hunter in this?
We can get him in the 18th round.
18th, okay. I was like, I figured he was nowhere close to this. So yeah, let's go Tank. It's fine.
Okay.
I mean, because here's the thing, dude. If Bashal Tutin doesn't win the job, or if he doesn't establish himself, there's Tank Bigsby. Then we need to make the case he is very undervalued, because I don't think it's Travis Etienne. I think there's a really good bet that Travis Etienne isn't even on that roster by the time week 1 hits.
Yeah, that's you think he gets? So how do you feel about Travis Etienne as a pick? I guess is the question I'm getting into. So
I
think
don't
he's not
want to draft him. I think he's washed.
interesting. Okay,
His tackle breaking metrics were horrible last year. Horrible.
All right. Okay,
I mean, do you like him? I mean,
I've been
give me the bull case. Give me the bull case on him then.
Just that he has been. I mean, I guess he was splitting carries last year. He's just going kind of late relative to, like, I think the upside. Like, if he does end up winning the job, I guess the same can be said for Tank Bigsby, but a little bit more useful in the passing game than Bigsby. At least that's my recollection. I guess you've probably done more recent digging. Yeah, so a little bit more involvement in the passing game, which obviously this is only half PPR, so not quite as important. You get I think they have about the same potential to win carries this year, Bigsby and ETN. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Peppertoni says ETN has shower narrative with T-Law. I mean,
that's fair. Well, but we don't know what's happened in Jacksonville. Like, can you tell me definitively that Tank is not taking a shower with T-Law?
Good point. They've probably all showered together at this point.
I mean, the showers are getting interdispersed. It's not just collegiate showers we're talking about now. It's NFLs. So.
Yeah. Guys are always showering together.
I'm together a lot. Neil, I'm more here for the cold plunge narratives than I am for the shower narratives. I feel like shower narratives are very 2020. I feel like we need to update this to the cold plunge narratives.
Yeah, everybody's into cold plunges these days. That's a good point.
I mean, seriously, why not?
Because it's so cold. I don't want to do it.
Do you see the chat?
No.
Communal showers.
I mean,
that's funny. Oh God, we're coming up here for a pick?
We are.
I guess
the next pick.
Think about this.
Roshan Johnson, Austin Eckler, Xavier Legette,
take Ertz.
Oh yeah, we could get a stack here and just be done.
Yeah,
I mean, we could already be done, but like, who cares?
Man.
What if Ertz and Bowers both score 25 fantasy points in week 17 and David Njoku doesn't? He scores 25 in week 16. Then this is exactly what you need.
I mean, I'm fine. And there's also a good bit of data out there for like 3 tight end builds too. Not necessarily when you go early, but
yeah. I would assume that's typically for the later tight ends.
Yeah, I was going to say that's kind of the way I went with it. But like, I mean, we got JD5. I think the correlation.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. Saul says, I was behind the stream, but I have a raw BBM5 database. The difference between quarterback 2 and quarterback 3 is statistically insignificant, less than 1.5%. QB3 is 1% better for advanced. QB2 converted round 3 to finals plus 1%. That is interesting. Okay.
Interesting.
Tight end can hit your flex, but if you draft 3, they can't all hit your lineups. So yeah, you can have 2.
Yeah.
Tight ends. But like, if you draft 5 receivers that can't all hit your lineup either.
That, like, the war of attrition with injuries and stuff like that, that's where I will say, like, after the last 2 seasons where I felt like, man, I need to draft more coming out of, it was either last year or the year before, coming out of that season, I was like, crap, I'm going to be drafting more 3 QB, more 3 tight end teams moving forward than I had done in the previous year, because I had so many dead teams with only 2 that they just it just crushed a lot of my teams.
Yeah. We are coming up on our 15th round pick. We got started a little bit late with the draft, but our next guest is patiently waiting in the queue. I'm going to bring him in now. He is Greg Brainos of the Coachspeak Index. Now,
is he dressed up like the Pope? I got to see this.
I'll let you know in a second here. I just want to let you know, D-Bro, this is going to cost us hundreds of thousands of dollars bringing him in right now, because now we got to split the prize pool with Greg. So that's
we ain't gonna split nothing. Greg is coming in here. He gets a small bit of equity. Okay.
Oh, you're right, Greg. I want you to know, you only get 3 rounds worth of equity for this.
Yeah, that's it. You get
I'm going to bring him in right now. Greg Brainos of the Coachspeak Index. Greg, how are you doing tonight?
Good. How are you guys doing?
What's up, buddy?
Really, really happy to have you on. As I understand it, you've been warmed up. You already did a draft tonight on stream.
No, we didn't do a draft. We just talked ball.
All right, but at least you got the juices flowing.
I did do a draft. I did live stream a draft earlier today with Sigmund Bloom.
Oh, nice.
So where are we at with the build?
So we're at, and I just queued up Stafford, but we're at 2, 4, 5, 3. We've got Jaden Daniels, Geno Smith. I mean, we have 17 seconds, so I can't go over the whole roster. We could go either Stafford now or add on a running back or receiver, I'd say.
We can go Stafford. It's fine.
Okay. Over Roshan and Dowdle?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm not really high on either one of those guys. If anything, it'd be like for us to go. How many? Because we got what, 5 wide receivers?
Yeah, we've got Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams, Chris Olave, Jaden Higgins, Jack Besh at wide receiver, Brock Bowers, David Njoku, Zach Ertz at tight end.
So really, we're just going running backs and wide receivers. We're maxed out at
for sure,
tight end. So
yeah, so I can hang on. Just do this, sort by ADP. You can see everybody. How was your draft with Sigmund, Greg?
It was good, man. We drafted a pretty nice team today. I mean, it's not as good as the team as you and I drafted.
I mean, hard to
beat,
but we drafted a sick team.
We got our Kenneth Walker in there. We did Anthony Richardson, Michael Pittman, Tyler Warren, stack.
I like it.
Yeah.
I'm not going to take my hat off and do a bald boys draft. I could take my hat off and do a
bald
boys draft.
I mean, who said
it's not freshly shaven is the issue? So it's just
you're the one directing this show, Neil. You could do whatever you want.
That's true. That is true. But I want to know,
trying to empower you here.
Have the two of you ever met before, streamed together before?
No,
we have not.
Talked in Debro, but no.
Debro is on my list of people I'll be reaching out to for.
Oh, very nice.
Let's go, baby. Say when.
I will watch that show.
Yeah. Which hat tip for the background, dude. Like that room, you got some serious vibes going on.
Thanks, man, dude. It's just too. I'll show you how the soft.
It almost looks like if you were to clap right now, like the room would start lighting up right now, like rave style.
Yeah, I tell people the vibe I get from it is I've been kidnapped onto an alien spaceship, but I'm like Stockholm syndromed. Like I love it now. That's great. That's kind of the feel. But yeah, it's just like 2 LED floodlights back.
I love it. It looks like you'd either have like some serious like EDM playing or some piano, or some elevator music. There's no in between.
It's usually just like jazz here on the TV if I'm doing a lot of work.
All right, so we're in the 16th. We're throwing things against the wall. Take Quez here.
Okay.
I don't care if we're in the 16th versus the 18th. I'd rather take him for the correlation.
Getting our guy Jarquez Hunter.
Yep. Bro, let me hear the Jarquez Hunter case.
I mean, dude, I think the Rams selecting him in the 4th round of the year after taking Corum is an indictment on Corum and Kyron. He's the one guy in that running back room that is different than either one of the other guys. I wasn't high on Corum coming out. I think the fact that he did nothing basically in his rookie season before he got hurt is also extremely telling. The fact that Kyron is in a contract season, like you could play this like the Rams are. They're not going to re-sign Kyron, so they're going to go into next year with Corum and Jarquez Hunter. But I think there's an outside chance. Like if Kyron, I mean, this is also like Sean McVay, man. Like I'm old enough to remember when he supplanted Cam Akers for freaking Kyron Williams, or it was Darrell Henderson. Like he's willing to shake up a backfield if there's a more talented guy. And I feel like all of this stuff about Kyron not losing his job previously has nothing to do with freaking Jarquez Hunter. He wasn't part of that. And if Corum wasn't good enough to take the work, that's an indictment on Corum. But we can't say that Jarquez Hunter is not good enough to not take the work.
Mm-hmm. It's like DiCaprio's girlfriends. Like they're old enough, or they're young enough until they're not anymore.
Somebody put out a graphic of like Rams running back, like the starting running back never gets older than 24, like exactly like DiCaprio's. Was that you, Greg? I forget who it was. Somebody on Twitter.
No, I didn't see that.
Well, Greg's just wishing he made the graphic now.
Yeah.
I mean, but seriously though, man, like Greg, tell me this. What is the difference between Jarquez Hunter's situation and Bashal Tutin's situation?
Well,
tell me, coach speak and everything.
I think there's quite. I think it's pretty different. I mean, it's new regime in Jacksonville as opposed to in LA. It's the same regime. But I mean, what really stands out to me is the difference between what Les Snead said last year when they took Blake Corum and what he said this year when they took Jarquez Hunter. Last year it was we just wanted a guy to keep the wear off of Kyron and to keep him fresh. This year, Les Snead is saying, "Hey, we might do a committee this year." That's a pretty big difference. So if we don't,
that's a huge difference.
Yeah, if we don't get McVay just like completely committing to Kyron and saying, "Hey, this guy is our workhorse,"
we're on the clock.
Rashard Smith.
Love it. We're just searching guys, finding guys now, scrolling the F down. As someone
has there been any good speak out of KC on old Rashard Smith, Greg?
Let me pull it up here in the Coachspeak Index
because I love this kid. Yeah. Like I think there's an out that he could be their new Jerick McKinnon. Because again, talking about guys that are different than everybody else in the running back room, look at that running back room. It like the same mold for Isaiah Pacheco, Elijah Mitchell, Kareem Hunt is just he's just the veteran deference presence there. But like Rashard Smith's the one that's built different than the other guys.
Yeah, that comparison was made in a press conference.
Really?
Yeah, I think it was from a reporter asking like if they see him kind of like how they used Jerick McKinnon before. Andy Reid said that Rashard Smith looks like he has that low center of gravity that some running backs have, or they can drop their weight a little bit when they're moving. Looks like he has good hands. He looks like he has talent and he can catch the football. So not a ton there from Andy Reid, but at least he's like on the radar right now.
I just the other part about it, man, is that like we are discussing a Kansas City team that did like we all remember Isaiah Pacheco was a former 7th round pick. And none of these other guys around them have like either just crazy talent, draft capital, or have been able to stay healthy to where like I look at this as an open backfield. This is one of those situations where if they walked the way that I'm projecting it is whether it's week 1 or week 4, I think at some point we're going to see a Pacheco and Smith led backfield where they each have their own independent roles and they're not just leaning on one guy for like 80% of the snaps.
Yeah, that can make a lot of sense. And having, Rashard Smith be more of a change of pace back there. And again, like fulfilling that Jerick McKinnon role that we saw for KC, where it's not a ton of snaps, but snaps that he does play, can get some real high value touches.
Neil, where are we at with the build? I think we're going wide receiver.
We need wide receiver. Yeah, we're at 3-6-5.
Yeah, I went too running back heavy. I blame my low T. It's my fault.
Yeah, I blame your low T also. Wait, no, this is high T. You went running back heavy. That's high T.
Oh, excuse. I'm compensating, Neil. I'm compensating.
I see what you mean. All right. Do you see any names you like here? Or
are we just going to further into the Rams and just go full Rams with Tutu, or
I feel like we might have bye week issues. So we have 3 week 8 buys. So we only have oh no, sorry that's we have 3 week 8. We need at least.
All right, let's get another crazy. Let's go Isaac Tesla, since we'll get some correlation here with the Rams.
Also week 8, we need somebody else. Also he's taken.
I mean, just go KC. Let's Jalen
Royals. Give it a shot. Come on down. All right, we're done. 3-6-6-3. D-Bro, I think we could have done better. I feel we
could have done better, dude.
I feel like it's
definitely not our Millie Maker team.
No, but we're gonna have another one come in. D-Bro, you're gonna stick around for another draft, right?
Yeah.
And Greg, I believe you're sticking around for
yeah.
Are you sticking around for 2 more drafts?
I know you came in drafts, yeah.
Love it. So then you can do. So Greg, you're never going to get your by yourself on the stream to really like just. But you can like largely dictate the next one if you can get.
Oh yeah, I'll get my 3-round equity from Greg in this next one.
Nice.
If it wins the Millie, I'll say, hey, could you just toss me some McDonald's money? It's fine. We're good.
No, I'll be splitting my millies with all my guests.
Neil
Keeping them
knows
on
when we get
toes.
around week 14. I'm like, hey man, any of those teams making any noise?
I can't wait. And I hope that they do. Ooh, Savion Williams. I kind of like how what are we
yeah.
thinking about Savion Williams? I know we actually talked about him, Debro. You kind of put me onto him a little bit.
I'm curious what Greg has to say about him. I think that there's a run out where it's possible Savion takes over the Jaden Reed role and he becomes Dairy Belt Debo Samuel. But Greg, tell me if I'm crazy.
They spent a lot of time talking about Savion Williams, especially right after the draft, and talking about how he's a piece that they can move around. And you see what the Packers have done using receivers in the run game like Jaden Reed and Christian Watson. Now they have a guy who's like 6'4", 220, and they kept talking about his size and how big he is. Admitted that he's not a great route runner, which you don't love to hear. Sounds kind of similar to what the Jets were saying about Malachi Corley when they drafted him last season. But we do know that Savion Williams is at least a better route runner than Malachi Corley is / was. With I've said with the way that Matt LaFleur likes to keep his running backs fresh and doesn't like to run a guy into the ground. He'll give him a big workload if he has to, but he'd rather not. And I think the Savion Williams pick could be like maybe Marshawn Lloyd doesn't work out, right? We've only seen him for 8 snaps in the NFL. If Marshawn Lloyd doesn't pan out, we have a guy in Savion Williams who we can put in the backfield, kind of like we saw Ty Montgomery years back with Mike McCarthy in Green Bay.
Yeah, I think his usage is going to be. I mean, honestly, I think his usage could be awesome this year. Like, I don't look at that Green Bay Packers wide receiver room as it would not shock me if we flipped over the cards and it's week 6 and it's Matthew Golden, Savion Williams, and then the third spot's a freaking committee of rotation like that. Nothing that happens there would shock me at all. So I love all of those guys taking shots on them in best ball, but managed leagues, I don't want to deal with a damn headache.
No, definitely not managed.
All right. So our final team, let's go over it here real quick before we enter another one. We got Jaden Daniels, Geno Smith, Matthew Stafford. So 3 QB with Jaden Daniels in there.
Yeah.
Probably a bit much at quarterback for us. At running back, we got Kenneth Walker, Caleb Johnson, Cam Scatterbo, Tank Bigsby, Jarquez Hunter, Rashard Smith. Wide receiver, we have Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams, Chris Olave, Jaden Higgins, Jack Besh, Jalen Royals. And at tight end, we have Brock Bowers, Dave Njoku, Zach Ertz. This is pretty gross. I got to say.
I'm not happy with it, dude. We spent up at the onesie positions and then we took 3 of them. So, I mean, I'm not happy with the build. I'll just say that's, first draft of the year and it kind of looks like it for me.
My takeaway is that I was correctly priced in the fantasy best ball contest at 7,200. This is a $5,500 team right here if I've ever seen one. Not really impressed with the start here. Greg, what do you think of this draft? Were you even paying attention?
Guaranteed winner.
Guaranteed winner. Okay, love that. Guaranteed winner. Greg, I have a second question for you.
Yeah.
What?
Have you seen your price on fantasy best ball?
I have 6,000 or 7,000. Sorry, 7,000. Right.
Okay.
Rightfully below Neil.
How do you feel about it?
I think it's a very fair price. I'm doing 10% of my drafts while I sing karaoke this year.
That is true. That makes it tough.
Doing 20% with guests. Yeah, I think it makes sense.
I mean, 7K is fair.
Steph agrees, not the best draft, and I'm okay with taking 3 at both onesies if you take them.
If
late.
You're not paying up, and we paid up for both, and that's definitely a team. I'll own it. I hate the team, but we'll see.
And Steph
we'll say that and
grader of the Pete Overzet drafts, so she knows how to grade a draft. She's not giving this one a good grade, but we'll try again. We'll do better with this next one, right? All right, let's get into another draft. Oh, and I got to do it on my phone because I've been having issues with the sign in. So this is gonna be a 30-second draft for anybody who wants to draft with us. getting into a 30-second best ball mania starting right now. 7 more to start. So if you want to get in, you've got time.
Let us know what your salary is if you jump in here with us.
Oh yeah, if you're in the draft with us, you got to tell us your salary. We need to know who we're drafting against. Oh, it just filled already. I think
Maybe we do a hedge where we take everybody who's in this one draft, right? And we probably get somebody through to at least the playoffs.
We got a lot of the same people in this one with us. I don't remember if Cleveland was in this one, but Emwald in this one again, Jim in this one again. We got Crutches joined for this one. Mitchie in again. He was in the last one. Jewish McCaffrey in for this one. Jim, the what is in for this one. Peppertoni. A lot of. I even think UMN Raider. I know a little bit.
Did you
so a
pull
lot.
The 101, Neil.
We got a 101 here. So
okay.
Greg, who is your 101?
I mean, my 101 is everybody's 101. It's Jamar Chase.
Yeah,
it's probably a defense that's going to be bad again, and a lot of continuity in that offense. They're going to go bananas.
Pepperoni says Steph is being kind by not giving a grade.
True.
I think. It was a bad draft.
She took the high road. I wasn't happy with it. I'll own it. It was a bad draft, no doubt.
This one's going to be so much better because we're starting with Jamar Chase.
You guys,
Greg's going to have better takes than me anyway.
You guys got to do like a review embargo. Like no one's allowed to review this draft for however many months.
Yeah, agreed. You never know. I've seen some gross teams make the finals. I mean, if it makes the finals, then
I was fixing to say, watch this damn team do really well, and then we're
gonna be embarrassed to post. I'm gonna be like, hey, here's our team in the final. I'm gonna be like really sheepishly posting it. Like, look at this disgusting team.
Yeah, people pull up in like clips, like, man, look, they just trashed this team. What do they know?
Yeah. Yo, no way, it's the Coachspeak guy. Love it. Yeah, we're all excited to have the Coachspeak guy here.
Me.
Jim's at 7,400. Okay, he's letting us know his price. Jewish McCaffrey is 7,700. So we've got some guys who are priced ahead of us. We'll say that.
Yeah. Well, Jim, I believe, has won some serious money.
Jim, I think, won $120,000 in a contest. Yeah.
Very nice.
Oh, Emwald, you're unsalaried, first year maxing. That's fun.
Oh yeah.
Do you have like hopes here, Greg? Like who do you like to come back to at the 2-3 turn? Have you had the 101 very much?
I have not. So through my first 18 drafts, I did not get a top 3 pick. And then my last 3 have been third pick, second pick, first pick, I believe.
Very nice.
In my last 3.
Like last year, all I got was the damn 7th or 8th pick every single draft that I did. I was like, that's where do you guys feel like if you go through a lot of that where you're ended up or you're trying, like even if you try not to, you're ended up with a lot of similar builds?
Yeah. Not necessarily builds, but like definitely players, right? Especially in the first few rounds, right? Like, so not having any really top 3 picks, I'm not getting a lot of like Josh Jacobs, Bucky, those guys who are going in that area, and like running backs that you're not really reaching on in the second round there.
So the last time I got a 101, which I think I did a draft yesterday, I got the 101. I got the to come back to me. Trey McBride came back to me at the turn, which I was very pleased with. Debro is going to tell me that I screwed it up though, because I threw on Marvin Harrison also, who I know Debro is not a huge fan of.
It's his price. It's not that I don't like him. It's the wide receiver 14 price.
Okay. Yeah.
That's like fair. How the hell are we getting there with the wide receiver 14 price? Where's the equity? Like he's got to be a high-end wide receiver 1 to pay off at that. Like, or he's not a difference maker. I can't get on board with that. It's too much damn projection from like him being wide receiver freaking 39 last year. Like that was shocked when I pulled up the ADP.
Greg, do you have thoughts?
No, I was just gonna say with my number 1 overall pick that I had, I did manage to get Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Trey McBride, Joe Burrow.
That's the dream. Yeah.
That's threading the needle, baby. That's nice.
Real nice.
And it's not that tough. Like you get McBride has to fall just a little bit, but everybody else is like, you get him right at ADP, right?
Yeah, right at ADP. You see all these screenshots of naked burrows getting taken and sniping people, and
All right, Harrison, McBride both go. Do you like to tack on Higgins here, or is there somewhere else you like to go?
Yeah, I like Higgins a lot. I mean, I'd like him in a vacuum, but then in best ball, I mean, come up against the Jamar Chase, T. Higgins team in the playoffs. Good luck.
And then we have a second pick also after we take T. Higgins. Who do you like in this range, Greg?
I mean, I'm really kind of feeling the Garrett Wilson drumbeat that we keep getting from Aaron Glenn, who
love it.
Comes off, which no surprise coming from Detroit, like get the ball to your best players, man. Just common sense. And he's coming in and saying, Garrett Wilson. We're going to feed him the ball as much as possible.
Love it. All right. Strong start here.
Up for a late Drake May, Kyle Williams double tap.
True. Debro, so I didn't let you pick there. I am curious to hear what you think of these picks. Are you okay with Higgins and Wilson here? Or is there somebody else in this range that you like better?
I mean, I love it. There was a name, and I'll just talk the board here. But like, dude, I'm gonna have a lot of Justin Fields singled with Garrett Wilson, or a lot of the other person that stand out to me. Like, I think Breece Hall is probably going to lead that backfield, but if he gets traded, anything happens to me. Like, I think the Jets offense is fascinating to me. Like, I'm going to be very high on Garrett Wilson. The other guy from that passing attack that I think, especially when we're looking at like just positional value, Mason Taylor is going to get so much damn work, dude. Like, he's going to get, like, who is stopping him from getting 80 to 90 targets in year one? What, Allen Lazard, Malachi Corley, Arian Smith, who is like, I mean, he's Clifford Franklin in the NFL. Like, no, like, I'm not worried about any of those guys. So like Mason Taylor, I'm going to be drafting a crap ton of, man. Like, and I love just the skinny stacks. Like, if you wanted to go single him up, or you're going Garrett Wilson and stuff like that. Plus, like, just with the Jets, like, I think there's a world we could be living in where Isaiah Davis wins the RB2 job over Braylon Allen, because Allen was not good on a per touch basis last year. So I love the Jets offense.
Oh yeah. So we got a good start here, it seems.
I think it's going to be pretty concentrated, which kind of has to be with, like you're illustrating there, the talent that they have there. It's not that deep. And again, Aaron Glenn coming from Detroit, very common sense approach, and just kind of strikes me as a get the ball to your best player kind of guy.
I mean, we've seen Justin Fields. The other thing, like, I'm old enough to remember, boys, whenever it was like, oh, Justin Fields can't support anybody. I remember DJ Moore was extremely damn good, and so was Cole Kmet.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, good point. That was Kmet's
DJ Moore was wide receiver 9. I'm pulling it up right now. DJ Moore was wide receiver 9 in that season in fantasy points per game, and Cole Kmet was tight end 9. So, I mean, what's not to like here? Fields has top 5 upside at quarterback too.
Brainos looks like ayahuasca, but a brightness retreat instead of darkness retreat. I like that comment. I was running with a lot of good Sean McVay, Kyron comments here.
Greg looks like he sits in that room and listens to dubstep when he gets bored.
I mean, I believe it. Just does karaoke by himself, I would assume.
Don't we all? I mean, that's called the shower, right, Neil?
Good point. I do as well. Greg, what is your expectation for the Bears running back workload? Do you have an expectation there?
No real expectation right now. Like, they're not saying a ton. They're saying, hey, DeAndre Swift is explosive. We're looking forward to working with him. We see the report that, hey, they view Roschon Johnson differently than the last regime did. I think Ben Johnson being as sharp and analytically focused and forward thinking as he is going to pay attention to the metrics when it comes to the running backs. He's going to see DeAndre Swift, not a good short yardage runner, not a good goal line runner. So could definitely see Roschon Johnson at least getting, goal line work even if he's not being kind of
Oh shit, we're back.
RB1 there. Okay,
We are back on the clock. We could take Burrow here and complete our stack.
let's do it.
Unless you're one of those guys who likes to push it to the try to push to the next turn. I think that's where
Or
people
you're like Barrett and you just don't believe in stacking.
True. I think he would do it with Burrow, though. I think he loves the Bengals. All right, so we're going to take Burrow here. We're not going to risk it. Anybody else that you particularly like here?
I can't see much because of McCaffrey's comment here.
Oh shit, my bad.
Okay,
let me get that off the screen.
Is that like Kittle available? Any running backs we have here?
Oh, Kittle's out
Kittle
there.
is available.
I mean, up to you. I wouldn't mind Kittle or RJ Harvey. I think I would be good with both of those.
Debro, break a tie.
Greg, you are Kittle.
Kittle. Yeah.
I think you're already leaning into 0 RB. I'm just going to push you over.
Let's do it.
Well, and I talked this big game about Kittle, and then I realized that we went Bowers, and I talked this big game about Kittle, and I'm like, why didn't we just wait on Kittle? Good Lord.
Well, now we got him.
I love Kittle this year, and there's so many underrated offenses, man. Like the 49ers outside of Kittle and stuff like that, and CMC, they're all cheap, So I just feel like Purdy is a top 12 quarterback when he's got all of his weapons. And like those stacks are going to make people money this year.
People just forget how good Kyle Shanahan is at play calling.
And how good Kittle is as a fantasy player when like any of the other stars are out. And now
Debo's gone.
Traded away Debo.
And their defense is going to be worse
hurt.
this year. So they're going to have to they're going to maybe be trailing in more games too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm big time Brock Purdy truther.
Yep.
Yeah. Apologies to Crutches for sniping you on Kittle. Peppertoni making the same comment he made last draft. Mid-Sean, he says. Not a big Roshan Johnson believer. I like where he goes, though. I think he's a fine draft pick where he goes in drafts.
Yeah, I was telling Todd earlier that just watching Roshan Johnson, it feels to me like if this guy shaved off like 5 pounds, I think he could be a really good running back in the NFL. I really think that's
he was so much fun to watch in college, man.
Yeah.
I loved him as a prospect. I think it's concussions, hasn't worked out to this point. Has there been any kind of buzz, Greg, about Monangai so far in rookie camp at all? Anything?
Not really. They did. The offensive coordinator Declan Doyle did talk about him the other day. Said I think there's a lot of areas where we'll have to coach him up.
Oh, that's not good.
Which for a 7th round.
And he's not a pass catcher. Your value with Monangai is going to absolutely just be tied to early down. So that to be honest, that quote doesn't sound great at all, man. Like that's more of like, okay, I feel better about Roshan now.
Yeah, he said, but he's a very physical player, very willing. The best thing about him that translates is that he's a consummate pro.
Oh God, then all of that sounds like as soon as he said there's a lot of things he needs to work on, he was like, oh crap, I got to make up for this. I can't tear the kid down. I got to build him back up.
Yeah.
All the rest of that sounds like that. Like after he got out the first part.
His best asset is that he's a good guy.
Yeah. You got to have good guys on the team.
That's not good, dude.
For your like fantasy locker room, really good.
Yeah.
Really good.
I mean, it's important to have
guy in, last guy out
on your bench. So what do you think about trying to push? A lot of people have been pushing. They take Chase, they take Higgins. They assume nobody's going to touch Burrow in that case. So a lot of people try to push him to 72. How do we feel about that as an approach?
I mean, I'm sure I'm sure it's worked. It's got to be less than like
in a room like this, you can pull that off, I think. But in like the casual kind of like it's the middle of the night or middle of the morning, whenever you get a little bit of softer rooms, but you get some casuals that just do random dumb shit. Like I wouldn't do it in those rooms. So to me, it kind of depends the room. Like this room, yeah, I think you could pull it off.
Yeah, as many red badges in here, it's might could have pulled it off.
Yeah, I think this is one where we could have considered it, but I'm also not like
I'm just not in the mood. I'm just not in the mood right now.
Don't want to put my heart through that right now. Right. Heartbreak. Yeah.
I haven't gotten the reps. These muscles aren't ready for all the pushing of players down the board for best ball yet. I got to get some drafts in me, man. I feel.
If we didn't have some just absolute locks in the 17th and 18th round, like maybe I'd be worried about it. But
No,
we're gonna be fine.
we got some locks, so we are ready to draft when they come by. We're not going to mention them until later, until it's time. Except for in private chat, maybe. I'm liking the start though. I'd say it's a pretty strong start. Joe Burrow at quarterback. We don't have
a much better team
yet.
than we drafted before, Neil.
Yeah. We can still screw it up. Don't get cocky because we can still screw this up, bro. I think we've proven that. We got Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Garrett Wilson at wide receiver, and George Kittle at tight end.
I would like to know you said we, so I am assuming equity in it. So I did hear a we in there, so you know.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Of course.
When Greg drafts the freaking BBM winner here.
Yeah. No, we're splitting. We're splitting all these. Anybody who's participating is gonna split the money here. All right, we are back on the clock. Greg, I don't know if you have a lean here.
Man, I mean, I like Montgomery, and I mean, you could double tap Montgomery in Aaron Jones for week 17 correlation. I'd also be fine just getting Montgomery and then another.
You could go with Pearsall if you wanted to lean into the Purdy, or if you wanted to lean into 49ers too. I'm just talking on the table. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just
for sure. I mean, this could easily end up as like a 6 QB or a 6 running back build. I'm fine tagging on a Ricky Pearsall here, or maybe Steph Diggs if we do want to go that.
That's a good call. Yeah, that's a good call.
You want to go Diggs?
Let's go Diggs. I think that's fun.
Dude, I was talking about him earlier when me and Neil were talking. Like, he is crazy undervalued. Like, if he's got even the juice he had last year, I think he's going to play out of the slot. So I think he's going to be like 50-60% slot player. I don't know if you've heard anything differently to contradict that, but like, I think McDaniels is going to put him in the slot. And I mean, in half-point scoring last year, he was wide receiver 19, dude. It just feels like he's all upside pick.
Yep.
Yeah, and not a lot else there in New England. Maybe Kyle Williams ends up being a thing, but kind of the one guy that we can reliably point to as far as talent is concerned in that room is Steph Diggs.
Jewish Power says, Diggs, my highest drafted. Please talk me on or off the ledge. I think we just talked you off the ledge, right?
Do we talk off or on?
I mean, I felt like I was saying to stay on the ledge. I don't. I'm bad with metaphors. I don't know how this goes. I didn't push him over a ledge. I don't know.
Yeah.
What do we do? What was the healthy and right thing? What did we actually do? Did we tell him to stay on the ledge, or I don't know. I'm terrible with metaphors.
Yeah, it was a tough one for me. I couldn't figure out what he meant either. So
yeah,
I feel like pushing you off the ledge is telling you like it's not good, right?
JMC, if you are still alive, we don't know what happened exactly right there. If you are still alive, let us know what you meant, what we did, if we did what you wanted. He says it's fine. I won't.
I won't.
Okay. Good.
Yeah, just stay there. Just stay on the ledge.
I love how you just went with the JMC there too, Neil.
Oh yeah, that's the nickname.
Yeah,
it's a good shorthand. All right, Crutches got his guy this time. We did not snipe him. He said he wanted Judy in this round, so you're welcome. Makes up for the last snipe.
How are we feeling about that Cleveland offense?
Not
like
great,
Judy
personally.
I like Judy and Njoku at cost, man. I mean, the ball's got to go somewhere, dude. If it's Joe Flacco, aren't we looking at just like it's basically like cheap Jameis Winston season? If Flacco's the starter?
Yeah, but if we're getting wacko Flacco, how many games does that last before they get one of the rookies in there?
But I mean, what if Shedeur is good? That's the other part about this. Like, I don't know. I mean, I don't think you're going to see Pickett. Like, I don't think we're living in a realm where Kenny Pickett plays, because I've seen Kenny Pickett play football, and I can't see that he's going to win the QB2 job there. I think it more likely he's probably going to be cut. I'm actually okay with Judy and Njoku, like at their costs and their prices. Like, I mean, there's definitive, like, just based off of projected volume, it might not be pretty volume, but it could be. I like both of them at cost.
Yeah, Kevin Stefanski, super bullish on Jerry Jeudy last season.
Mm-hmm.
Loves the versatility he brings to the Browns, and it just became obvious that this is a guy that they're going to use in scheme up like a ton.
Greg, what's your take on Cam Scottaboo versus Tyrone Tracy?
I think it's Scottaboo, man.
Yes.
Everybody seems to. So I got to get off my Tyrone Tracy.
You look
with the last team, Neil. The one thing, okay?
Yeah, right.
You have a head coach who is on the verge of getting fired, right? He's very firmly on the hot seat. He was on the hot seat last season. And then you have your running back in Tyrone Tracy fumbling the ball. So that's not good. Brian Dable, not a guy who would just like understand or accept that. You look at how he's like smiling when they ask him about Cam Scottaboo. And just like he had this list of things ready to go when they asked him, what he thinks about Scottaboo, and talking about the personality that he runs with on the field. Is like, okay, when a coach is talking about like this guy's personality on the field, like he is, it sounded like he was talking about like Marshawn Lynch.
We are on the clock, by the way. Mm-hmm. And we are at 1141. I'm sorted by ADP here. Greg, you got a lean?
I don't like Cup. What's Miami week 17 is the Bucks. We don't have any Bucks, right?
Robinson?
Trey Harris or Brian Robinson is fine.
Got Jaden Higgins. I had to get somebody in there.
That's all right.
Chargers and Houston play week 17, by the way, too.
Okay. So we can double with Trey Harris, or we can be too far behind at running back.
Yeah,
I mean, if you're going true zero, I mean,
so we got Brian Robinson, Najee Harris, Zach Charbonnet, Jalen Warren.
I mean, yeah, let's go Warren. Let's go Warren.
Okay.
We'll make a bet on Warren getting a lot more work than people think.
Okay. I'm glad we got it that time. Only one missed pick by Neil so far with taking Jaden Higgins over Trey Harris. But
where are your lines here with QB2? Like it would this be like where you stop at a QB2 build and where you stop at a 2 tight end build?
So for me, like we certainly could stop at 2 quarterbacks here. And I think that would be my lean. Typically when I have Burrow, when I take Burrow at the 4 or 5 turn, my lean is going to be to take just 2 quarterbacks. I could like if we take 3 quarterbacks, it would be like we get a falling JJ McCarthy or a Matthew Stafford, Geno Smith. Then I might think about it. I'd probably be comfortable just taking Burrow with JJ McCarthy. Honestly, I'd be comfortable with taking Burrow with any of like Geno Smith, Matthew Stafford. It'd be a little bit. I wouldn't want to do 2 quarterback if it was like Burrow with.
Check out Drake
Jackson
May.
Dart.
Y'all can go Drake May because you got.
Oh yeah, we can go Drake May with the next one.
If he lasts.
Debro, do you have a different opinion there on?
No, I mean, to me, I think it's, and I'm going to violate, basically what the crap team that we draft first. But like, yeah, if you go early quarterback, then I'm more likely just 2 quarterback build. Take 1 late. It kind of depends. But yeah, if I'm paying up for somebody like Burrow, like one of those top 5, 6 guys, then it's usually a 2 QB build. If it's somebody like I'm waiting for like this tier of like Bo Nix and Fields and stuff, then maybe I'll lean 3 quarterback. It just kind of depends on how the board falls. But I'll even go 2 QB in some of those if I'm making a bet like on somebody like I'm really, really high on and I think they're a QB1 like JJ McCarthy, then I have no problem just going 2 QB with those teams too.
Yeah.
So sometimes it's player take, sometimes it's ADP or a mishmash of the 2.
I don't know what you're saying. Pepperoni says, bro, you thought, get out of here. Show yourself.
No thinkers. No thinkers.
Yeah. He says it's entirely vibes based, which I agree with. 2 QB versus 3 QB. Like for me, that's essentially like, I feel pretty good about this quarterback room. That's when I'll stop.
Yeah.
There's no exact formula. Maybe there is, like deep down in my brain, but mostly just feeling it out. All right, so our team so far, we have 1, 2, 5, 1. Joe Burrow at quarterback. We have at running back David Montgomery and Jalen Warren. Wide receiver Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Garrett Wilson, Stephon Diggs, Jaden Higgins, and then George Kittle at tight end. So we've got a couple of quarterbacks we could consider if Fields falls to us. We can consider Fields. Could take Drake May at the next turn potentially.
Is Purdy still out there too?
No, he got.
Did he go?
He went. Let's see, 105.
Okay. Of course, JCM got him, or JMC. Excuse me. Sorry,
yeah.
I don't want to get the acronym wrong.
It's got to be a Niners fan with McCaffrey last name. Or I guess.
I was going to say, don't tell me you took him unstacked.
No, he got him what you want.
Okay. All right. Just keeping him honest.
All right. I'm feeling good about this team. This is certainly better than the last one so far.
I can't wait to see how Steph feels about it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. We want that.
She'll give you a grade. Our team was so bad she didn't even grade it. So she'll at least give you a grade. I don't blame her. We got done hating that team. Like when Neil went to go like review it, I was like, I almost was like, you don't have to, Neil. It's okay. Yeah. Just don't. Just don't. It's okay.
Don't admit to drafting this team. Yeah. Probably should.
I violated all my best ball rules with it. Oh well.
Okay. He says you thought is one of the people in this draft with us.
Oh, okay.
5 spot.
Yeah.
Okay.
I missed that.
I felt like I missed something there.
Kyle Williams off the board.
How do we feel about Kyle Williams? What's the ADP there?
I'm not in
early 120s, 123-ish, I think.
Yeah, 122 now. Okay.
Yeah.
Like I get the path, the volume and stuff. I wasn't in on him as a prospect, so I'll get some exposure, but he's not a guy that I'm going to go head over heels for.
You thought took Justin Fields too, so we're mad at him too. We could have had Justin Fields, unless you guys prefer Drake May. I don't know. Do we take Drake May here?
Yeah,
I think you do.
On a QB.
Yep.
And then any of these. I mean, this is a pretty big fall for Tyrone Tracy. I know you're both in on Scatabo, but
yeah, sure. We can take him at this ADP, or we could stack Ramondre with.
Could do that.
May.
All right. What do we think? Debra, what's your preference? Do you want to stack Ramondre? Do you want to take falling Tyrone Tracy?
I don't want anything to do with Tracy. I would lean into the correlation. I'd go Stevenson if you're going to go May, or if you went May.
All right, let's do it. We went May. We're going to go Stevenson. And I
think Stevenson definitively still has a role on that on that offense. Like he's going to retain a role. I think Tracy could just get vaporized into being a 0, dude.
All right. I got to stop.
I know I'm crushing your soul with your Tracy exposure, Neil. I'm sorry.
I don't have
somebody has to do it.
I don't have that much Tracy. Early on, he was somebody I was drafting a lot before the draft, in the pre-draft, NFL drafts, but not as much recently.
I loved Tracy last year. I had a lot of Tyrone.
Same.
Tracy
did too.
And I thought he looked like a good running back, but I didn't think he was like anything special of like I need this guy in dynasty or anything like that. That he was somebody who could easily come out of the draft unscathed.
Yeah. I just felt like we were looking at kind of like Michael Carter 2.0, and he didn't get cucked by a round 1, round 2 running back. But I mean, you don't draft, like I said earlier, like you don't draft somebody like Cam Scatabo's archetype, which he's going to be a volume back if you really believe in Tracy. I don't think that's where you go.
Crutch says we're acting like the Giants took a first rounder running back. Where did Scatabo go?
4th round.
Yeah, he went like 3rd pick of.
He got more draft capital than freaking Tyrone Tracy. So I mean, we're not acting like they took a first. I've literally just said they didn't take a first round running back, but
yeah,
I mean,
I think that's part of the reason that I have continued to draft Tracy's some is because it does sort of feel to me like people are overreacting to the shiny new toy, But I think it comes down to like how good you thought Tracy was last year. It sounds like neither of you thought he was particularly good last year.
I
So
just didn't think he
kind of
did
an
enough
opening
to
there.
run away with the job. Like when you have problems, like when he's fumbling and there's games where the head coach that's still there says, okay, he's probably going to get benched and things like that. Like we don't remember that happening. And then they go out and they draft a running back in this draft. Like it's all telling. Like the teams tell you what they think about guys with the moves that they make too.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I've been wish casting Tracy. I still think he's a fine bet, like where he's going. Like he's not like going super.
No, he's not
early,
going
so,
insane or anything like that. That's not the case, but
yeah, I had forgotten about fumbling issues with Tracy, to be honest. That's part I was like, okay, he wasn't that great, like efficiency wise. I looked up some of his stats. I was like, okay, I thought I remembered him being a lot better, like in terms of yards per carry, that type of stuff. I think he started out pretty well. Like he took over and like looked way better than Singletary at first, and that kind of stuck in my mind as like, okay, maybe if the offense gets any better, he can be like, maybe it was an offensive issue. But then fumbles is like one of those things you can't really blame the team for his fumbles. Like that's just.
And it was such a crucial fumble that got him in the doghouse. It was overtime against Carolina, like near, like in Panthers territory, or backed up in their own territory to where Carolina got kind of an easy win as a result. And head coaches probably should not be as reactive over one fumble or a couple fumbles. But Brian Dable is not all coaches
I mean, some coaches don't dock guys like that. They won't bench them and do all that crazy kind of stuff. Like, and some coaches do, and Dayball did. I mean, I just looked it up. So Tracy had the 23rd most touches amongst running backs last year, but he was tied for the 3rd most fumbles. If he would have gotten like a full workload the entire year, hell, he might would have led the NFL in fumbles.
Yeah, that's pretty rough. That is definitely not.
That's not good. It's
Speaking
not good.
of crucial fumbles costing your job, I mean, Rachaad White, is the same thing happening there? Because he fumbled it like right at the end of the season with like playoff implications on the line, if I recall. I don't remember what the exact situation was, but I remember it being pretty bad. Do we think Rachaad White retains a role? Because they seem pretty pissed at him.
They're saying how it ended up last season is how it's going to be this season. And if you look at how it ended up last season, it was a lot of Bucky. It was like 15 plus touches for him every game, which he's a lot better than Rachaad White. I do think White will still be involved, especially games where the Bucks are trailing. We're on the clock here. I think we could call it a day at tight end if we took Jake Ferguson here. Does he have a different bye than
where is bye? Bye week 10. Kittle has 14.
Okay. Yeah, I think we could be done if we take Ferguson. Or damn.
We have 2 picks here.
Okay. No, I think Ferguson's good here.
Okay. And then, I mean, Jaden Blue would be the ADP faller. Trey Benson, if we want that correlation with the Bengals.
Wow. I'm like so split on Blue. I don't. I'll sure.
Do you like Benson better? D-Bro, do you have a take here?
I don't love either of them.
I think I'd go Benson only for the build, plus like James. We talked about Aaron Jones staying healthy for the full season. I'd like to make a hedge bet against James Conner staying healthy.
Greg, I think I heard you starting to agree there. Apologies if you were about to disagree strongly.
No, I was saying let's do him.
I just lean into for the correlation and stuff. So to your point though, Greg, kind of getting back to Rachaad White, I think he does retain a role like 30-40% of the snaps. Like, have you heard the one thing that got me last year, but I don't know if Bowles has talked about this, but I feel like it's kind of flying under the radar with Bucky Irving, where they talked about his toe injury last year and that was something that he's had since all of college.
Yeah.
So like to me, I'm like, okay, well then that has not been discussed by at large since they mentioned that. But to me, I'm like, okay, that tells you he's not going to become like a Kyron Williams, like 80, 90% snap guys. So like White's going to retain a role if you want to keep him healthy the whole year, right?
Yeah. They said basically he'll just be dealing with this toe forever. And then we saw the Bucks take him off of kick return duty last season when he got injured on that return. So I doubt we'll see him doing any returns this year. But it's just it's just really tough when, because we've seen this with the Rams, and obviously they've loved Kyren, and sometimes a team can only trust one player in their backfield. We've seen that with Kyren Williams. We saw that last year in Green Bay with Josh Jacobs. Once Lloyd was unavailable, it's just like an undrafted free agent, a 7th round running back. Yeah.
Am I distracting you with my screen movement?
Yeah, look at this, all this sweet fantasy points data.
I mean, I was just Sean Tucker was brought up. Sean Tucker, 8% explosive run rate. Now that is on 50 total carries, but among running backs with at least 50 carries, he is second in explosive run rate.
He was good on a per touch basis. That's the other thing. It's like, even if Rachaad White got hurt, I don't think you're looking at a backfield where Bucky Irving's getting 80, 90% of the snaps. I think Tucker would be involved if White was not involved.
Yeah.
Thing with Buck is just like he's so incredibly efficient.
Yeah.
On his touches. I mean, yeah, it'd be great if we can get 80 or 90% from him. Like, we're probably not going to. He's not built to get that kind of workload, but him getting 15 to 20 touches, and the way that Liam Cohen did it last year is, okay, well, we'll just put 2 running backs here a lot. We'll do all this motion stuff. Sometimes it'll be Bucky, sometimes it'll be Rachaad. It starts shading more towards Bucky Irving, but you're doing things to where you're kind of hiding a player's weakness. With Bucky Irving, they're hiding his pass protection deficiencies with the pony personnel last year. With this motion that they're using with him, they're never like really keeping him in to block that long. Yeah, Cohen did a great job of really working that stuff out, and I don't see a reason why they can't just keep doing the same thing. There's so much continuity in that staff. Really, all they lost is Liam Cohen. Like, they still have the playbook from last year. They know how to use Bucky Irving.
Yeah. But do you think Sean Tucker is, what do you guys think of Sean Tucker as an 18th round pick? Because you can get him for free right now in drafts.
I like him.
Yeah, I think he seems like as good as any of the 18th round picks.
He's viable, man. I mean, I think he's one of those guys you mixed in, kind of like I was talking about Isaiah Davis earlier. I mean, like, toss him in that like 5 to 6% bucket and just kind of, spray the board with the running back slate.
We have a 2-4-5-2 going right now. We're up in 2 picks. So I want to read off Joe Burrow, Drake May at quarterback. At running back, we have David Montgomery, Jalen Warren, Ramondre Stevenson, Trey Benson. Wide receiver, we have Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Garrett Wilson, Stephon Diggs, Jaden Higgins. Tight end, Kittle and Ferguson. We're on the clock. Sorted by ADP here. I assume we might be done at tight end.
Yeah.
And quarterback.
Yeah.
So it might be just be looking at these.
Yeah, I think we either go running back and wide receiver here.
Anybody standing out, because we have 10 seconds.
Yeah, I think Tank makes a lot of sense if we're just making an anti-ETN bet. Fast to and through the hole. That's what Liam Cohen likes. That's the way that Tank Bigsby runs the ball. And then we can get an immediate week 17 correlation if we want to with Alec Pierce.
Oh, yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, you had there's a lot of outs here for correlation's sake. Like Roshan would match with Kittle. Pop is another add-on to your Drake May stack. Like, you got a lot of outs here. So just depends on where you want to go.
All right.
Yeah, I think Pierce makes a lot of sense when you look at the correlation, when you look at how the Colts have talked about Alec Pierce. I mean, this is a guy that's 100% committed to being the best that he can be. Now, he doesn't have the talent ceiling that a lot of receivers in the NFL have, but he's doing the most with what he has. And the Colts really saw a jump from him last year. And Jim Bob Cooter was talking about it during the preseason last year of like, man, he looks a little different. He looks a little better. Like you put that ball up in the air and it's already his in his mind. The way they talk about Alec Pierce is the way that you would want a coach to talk about you if you were a player on his team.
Yeah, it's funny.
That's funny.
Yeah,
that's well done, Crutches.
Classic.
I mean, I don't see how you take Alec Pierce, considering what he did last year, same coaching staff. I don't see how you take him off the field. Like, my biggest thing is, like, does he hold off Adonai Mitchell? And I was not an Adonai Mitchell person as a prospect. I didn't like him as a prospect, so I thought he was overrated just because of the speed. And you look at what Alec Pierce did last year, same coaching staff. I don't see how they take, unless he just flops on his face this year, I don't see how you take Pierce off the field for Adonai Mitchell when Mitchell didn't do enough to ever displace him out of that field stretching role last year, and Pierce really had a really good season. So I agree.
All right, Scott Barrett says we'll be here shortly, but that's going to be good timing because we're running a little bit late. So he'll be able to join us for the next draft. Pepper Tony says battling for Nez and John, the Bad Bros, and a couple others for first in the Hoops Battle Royale right now. Is this is this a 1-game battle royale, or is it I assume this is a 2-gamer that started yesterday and now you are battling? But that's pretty exciting. I've not looked at the NBA contests on battle royales right now, but good luck to.
I dabble in a lot of streets. NBA ain't one of them.
I have not been recently dabbling in Underdog NBA. Is Pierce hurt? Oh, is he hurt by Daniel Jones?
I mean, everybody's hurt by Daniel Jones because he's freaking Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Name any Colt that you want to. Yes, they're all hurt by Daniel Jones.
We definitely rather have A-Rich there than Daniel Jones for an Alec Pierce bet.
Yeah. Do we have thoughts on who's going to win that battle?
Dude, unless A-Rich just looks terrible, I feel like he's got it. Like, if they pull the plug and he's not even the week 1 starter, like that, he really has to suck in the preseason and training camp for that to not be the case. Because, like, if you're just looking at, like, how does this coaching staff and the GM keep their jobs after this year? Like, you also, like, you kind of need A-Rich to pay off. If not, like, if Daniel Jones goes out there and he wins the starting job and the Colts win 9 games with Daniel Jones, or say they get like a wild card, like that's not going to be enough for them to keep their jobs.
Yeah, that's actually something I've been thinking a lot about lately is how many games do Shane Steichen and Chris Ballard need to win with Daniel Jones to keep their jobs versus how many do they need to win with Anthony Richardson? Same thing with the Giants and Dable and Shane with, Jackson Dart and then Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston. I think it's a different number of games for each of those guys.
I don't disagree. Like, I think like 9 wins with Anthony Richardson gets you another year, and then A-Rich as a starter next year, but 9 wins with Daniel Jones, they're canned. I actually think that the drafting of Jackson Dart, I think that is bought, like, I think allowing that regime in Dayball and Shane to draft a quarterback, I almost kind of feel like the Giants are also saying, like, they don't just have a short leash like with this year. I think they have next year too. Sorry, you're on the clock. I'll shut up.
Who do we like here? So we've got Devin Neal will be the top running back in the leg up queue. Dylan Sampson, the top rated by ETR. Do you have a preference, Greg, or somebody else you like, or Jarquez Hunter?
We could go 80 Mitchell, and we're basically doubling up on that Alec Pierce kind of wide receiver 3 role there. It's
just need
pretty
one.
disgusting.
You just need like 2-3 spike weeks, and he pays off.
Sure. Yeah.
And then is there somebody else that you like? Do you want a running back here?
Where y'all at on build? 2572.
We could go Jarquez Hunter here, who we've been talking about
Yeah.
And I think that gives us some really nice.
Ooh, that'd be our 4th week 8 bye is the only, but
Oh, would it?
it's too late. We got him.
All right.
We're going to be weak. We just need Ramondre and Jalen Warren to carry us in week 8. They can do it.
Easy.
You still have what, 1 pick left?
We've got 1 pick left. I'll read off the team now. So we're at 2-6-7-2. Burrow and May at quarterback. At running back, we have Dave Montgomery, Jalen Warren, Ramondre Stevenson, Trey Benson, Tank Bigsby, Jarquez Hunter. Wide receiver, we have Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Garrett Wilson, Stephon Diggs, Jaden Higgins, Alec Pierce, Adonai Mitchell. And at tight end, we have George Kittle and Jake Ferguson. It's a tricky one, in my opinion. Like, I don't know what we need exactly at this point. We could take one more running back, to be honest.
I would say, can I toss the hat in the ring for Isaiah Davis here? Because he would make a lot of sense with your Jets. Or not your Jets, your Patriots.
Yeah.
With Drake May stack.
We feel pretty set at receiver here.
Or you could take another receiver if there's somebody that's there that you like.
Yeah. So again, here I'll read off. So we have 6 running backs, but we didn't take our first until David Montgomery with pick 72.
Yeah.
So we have Dave Montgomery, Jalen Warren, Ramondre Stevenson, Trey Benson, Tank Bigsby, Jarquez Hunter. At wide receiver, we spent a lot of our first 3 picks on Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Garrett Wilson. We throw on Stephon Diggs, and then we have Jaden Higgins, Alec Pierce, AD Mitchell. So I do think it probably comes down to.
I think you need a running back. If I would take one of them, I'd probably go running back. But that's just me. But you already have 6, so like you could sell me on a wide receiver. It just kind of depends on who's screaming at you there.
Greg, do you have somebody in particular that you really like as an 18th round pick? Do you think it would make sense for this team?
Yeah. Is De'Ami Brown still out there?
Probably. Yep.
Sure is.
Gives us that week 17 correlation with our Colts pieces. Also stacks with Tank Bigsby.
And you get week 15 with the Jets.
All right.
Or Jacksonville. So
that's helpful. Yeah, just a guy that I think is going to play a ton of snaps this year, with as much as Liam Cohen runs, the 3+ receiver.
I was Greg, I don't want to interrupt you, but I'm very curious about where this stands. Because do you think Travis Hunter is going to be their starting slot wide receiver? Because that's the way that I'm projecting it.
So they have their offense set up in such a way that they feel these guys are very versatile. Brian Thomas Jr. obviously able to play multiple spots. They feel that Travis Hunter obviously has some versatility. Same thing with De'Ami Brown, that he can, saying that he can win at all 3 levels. He has speed to win deep, but they mentioned how good he is on screens, which we saw last year in Washington with Cliff Kingsbury. We know how much Liam Cohen loves to run screens in his offense. So they have 3 guys there, and Brian Thomas Jr. and Travis Hunter and De'Ami Brown, who are able to do really a lot of damage in the screen game.
I feel like when they go 2 wide, it's going to be Thomas and Hunter out there. But when they go 3 wide, I think you're going to see Brown on the outside and Hunter in the slot.
Yeah, I could absolutely see that. As much as they talk about De'Ami Brown's speed and being able to take the top off and
I think he's going to be the vertical threat outside of Brian Thomas Jr. If they're not taking deep shots, not to say that Travis Hunter can't do that. I think he's going to play. I think he's going to be the underneath yak guy for them. So, I think you're going to see the deep shots are either going to BTJ or De'Ami Brown, which, again, at the 18th round, he's a fantastic spike week guy.
Yeah, it's going to be real fun to see Trevor Lawrence overthrow him by 20 yards.
Yep.
We have another guest here. I don't know how long he's been here. I did not realize that I had to scroll down on my screen to see him. So I was looking for him. I keep my eye out.
Sending you mad texts.
Yeah.
You didn't even notice it.
But here's the thing: do I invite him in right now, and then he gets 1/18th, 1/4 of 1/18th of equity in this draft?
Well, just wait till you make the pick. That way he can't sit here and make a case for Justin Ross. Okay.
Yeah, I see Scott. He's laughing at us. But I'm not going to let him in yet. I'm going to wait. I'm going to make him. I'm gonna make him wait a second. Apologies to Scott.
I was
You
gonna
gotta
say
wait your
now,
turn.
how long until Barrett finds the private chat? There we go. Finally, Barrett.
Oh, did
I
he
was
find
like-
it? Did he find it?
Yeah, I was like, why are you not lighting up the private chat as we're sitting here like railing? It's so funny. I was like, when is the response gonna be here?
Yeah. I mean, we got to make. Oh, we are on the clock now.
Beautiful.
We've got Dammy Brown.
Let's
There
do
he
it.
is. All right. Now our
I'm
team
glad
is
Scott
done.
wasn't
We
here
can
to see
bring-
my ugly team that I drafted. So this
Me
is a
too.
good time
All right.
for him to get here.
I'm bringing Scott in. I don't know how this is going to work with the. I have not seen how this layout works with. Oh, he just fits right in there.
That was easy.
Scott,
You
you
made it seem like
missed
it was
us
going
just
to be
by
something that
seconds,
was going to mess it up, Neil.
I can't believe you guys made me wait. Oh, well, you're on the clock right now. Is that right?
we just made our pick. It's just
We just
stuck.
finished up.
Okay.
Scott,
You
by
took
the
Justin Ross, right? Or do you not want $1 million?
Oh God, are you? Please tell me.
No,
you're not
no,
building
no,
on
we're
Justin.
done.
No.
Scott, how
the
long
new
were you
Justin
waiting
Ross
there?
is Elijah Badger, just so you have to know.
Hey, 4 minutes maybe.
Were you really? I kept looking. I was like, he said he's gonna be here soon. I kept looking, and then I got a text from Scott saying I'm here. By the way, and I was like, what?
Well,
can
I
see
told
on
you
my
I was going to
screen.
be like 7 minutes late, and then I was only 2 minutes late.
Oh, okay.
So
All right.
there's the 5 minutes.
I love
Scott,
that
if
he
you
was
don't know
sitting in the
Scott,
green room.
if you, I didn't give him any kind of intro. He is the CEO of Fantasy Points. He is the master of dank stats. We've already looked a couple times at the Fantasy Points data suite throughout the stream. I've pulled it up a little bit, but it is a fantastic tool that Scott had. It was kind of your baby, right, Scott? I mean, it was your dream to build out something like the Fantasy Points data suite.
Yeah, it was a long time coming. It was also, Brett's baby, is a few of our babies, but yeah,
Okay.
it's just there's so many dank stats that didn't exist, and I needed to do my research to write the best articles possible, and so we just went out and did that. There's a number of stats that just other services like PFF, SIS don't chart correctly, and that would drive me crazy. So we charted correctly, and so just a number of filter split options. You have like infinite stats that just so much more than you can get anywhere else at a better price. So yeah, Fantasy Points data, it's the GOAT.
And by the way, you can get 10% off with promo code flannel. That is back now. We've got the promo code. You can also read that in the description of this video, but you can't even see that it's Fantasy Points the way I have the screen set up. Unfortunately, it doesn't even say Fantasy Points anywhere on here. What was I going to say?
There's a reason why I use Fantasy Points data for every single article that I write over every other damn site.
Hey,
I mean, it is the best. Here's what I was going to say is I feel like every other year, one of my favorite shows leading into or during the NFL offseason is Scott has always done a really deep dive where he spends like hundreds of hours digging into Coachspeak. And this year he made it even better by bringing Greg in. They did the show together, combing through some of the Coachspeak. That is on the Fantasy Points YouTube channel. Is that correct?
That's right. Yeah. And, Coachspeak Fantasy Points goes together like peanut butter and jelly. I know Greg crushed his underdog props using Fantasy Points projections alongside Coachspeak last year. And so, yeah, these are all my favorite people. Debro writes the best primer in the space. Lots of Fantasy Points data shout outs. We do Outside the Box. Greg and I have become fast friends. What a nice squad we got here.
Isn't this great? I mean,
It's very nice.
I know Greg. Well, let's go over the team before we talk about getting into another draft. We will get into another draft soon, but yeah, I'm excited to have.
All right, can I break this down? I haven't seen it, so I haven't seen it.
So Scott is going to give us our review. So Scott, it's a 2-6-8-2 build. At quarterback, we have Joe Burrow and Drake May. Running back, we have David Montgomery, Jalen Warren, Ramondre Stevenson, Trey Benson, Tank Bigsby, and Jarquez Hunter. Wide receiver, we have Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Garrett Wilson, Stephon Diggs, Jaden Higgins, Alec Pierce, Adonai Mitchell, and De'Ami Brown. And at tight end, we have George Kittle and Jake Ferguson.
All right. So you were stacked at wide receiver, stacked at quarterback, except you typically want 3, I think, but stacked at tight end. And then running back, sort of a mess. David Montgomery, RB1, Jalen Warren, RB2. I mean, hey, you can get some spike weeks out of this group. Trey Benson, definitely a Coachspeak Index pick. Jarquez Hunter, too, a player I liked a lot in the pre-draft process. Were you on him too, Debro?
Loved him. Yeah.
We agreed on a lot of players this year.
We agreed on a ton of players. You, me, and Brett agreed on a ton of players this year, man.
Well, Brett said Hunter had stiff hips, and Danny Kelly said the same thing. And Mike Renner.
I don't care if he has stiff hips when he can hit home runs.
Yeah, but there you go. But we all like him. By the way, the the blame being placed on the stiff hips, by the way, is because he's like a super high level power lifter. He won a number of powerlifting competitions in high school. Get this, while wearing cowboy boots. He refused to take off his cowboy boots. Legend. But yeah, it might be one of those things where he's like too jacked for his own good. He needs to like jazzercise instead of, do Olympic
I can't
squats.
believe we haven't gotten workout videos like Winston style yet from Jarquez Hunter with like cowboy boots, the full like deadlifting in them. Like that needs to happen, man. Just
Hell
for the
yeah.
swag.
But yeah, so weak spots running back, but I mean, you have volume, you have spike weeks. I don't know that you have a power loss superstar, maybe with a James Conner injury, Jahmyr Gibbs injury. I don't know, but you certainly have spike weeks.
Jarquez Hunter, any power law potential with Jarquez Hunter?
I think you always have that with the Rams. Just we know the value to a Sean McVay RB1. To me, it just, I mean, coach speak. You're here, Greg. It's like Sean McVay's still madly in love with Kyren, right?
Yeah, I mean, still calls him a stud at the press conference after they made the Jarquez Hunter pick. Sean McVay did just bring up Kyren Williams unprompted, like he did last year when they selected Blake Corum, but like we still have yet to hear Sean McVay say like, yeah, Kyren definitely the workhorse, clear RB1 for us this year. And just with what Les Snead is saying about a potential committee, and then the efficiency metrics from Kyren last year, and now the guy that they just drafted is a different style of runner. It's easier if it's, they brought in a clone of him who isn't quite as good as him. Okay, yeah, that guy's not going to.
Well, that's Blake Corum.
So. Right. But now they bring in a guy who has some actual explosive elements to his game, and you get McVay talking about kind of switching up the offense a little bit, and new wrinkles, and he liked what Liam Cohen did so much last year. It's like, okay, this isn't the kind of talk that we've heard about the backfield in the past couple seasons.
Promising.
Going back to Barrett, like a lot of people talking about Jarquez having stiff hips. Like if you were asking him to operate in like a stretch zone scheme and things like that, and we're talking about like the old school Rams, McGurley and stuff, I'd have more worries. But now the Rams, it's more power, duo, gap, like get them downhill. And like, to me, like that's fine with Jarquez Hunter. I'm not asking you to win the edge every single time. I'm asking you to hit the hole and then provide big plays, which Kyren and Blake Corum just can't.
Yeah. Before we move on to another draft, D-Bro, I know you told me that you would join me for 2 drafts. Are you up for another one? Are you heading out? Totally up
Dude,
to
I
you.
can't leave now. I'll stay on for at least one
we're
more, just for the
crew
vibes,
together.
just to shit talk with these guys, man. There's no way I'm leaving now.
I kind of thought you would stick
I
around
can't.
once we had the crew here. Like you'd be, yeah.
Whenever we started running late, I was like, "Oh, Barrett's gonna get here before I leave. Damn it, I'm in here for 3 or 4 drafts. It's gonna happen. I just know it's gonna happen."
It was
dude.
inevitable.
This is a good sign for you, Neil. It's 11 o'clock on a Wednesday, and your guests refuse to leave, and you still get a bunch of people watching.
People get jazzed for best ball. I mean, this is fun. We got great guests on, just a fun group of people. I'm really happy with myself for putting.
This is my first best ball draft of the off season, right? Or
hopefully your team looks better than my first draft I had earlier.
Well, Scott, you were leading this team. I'll sort by ADP for you. I know you like it to be sorted by ADP, so we're gonna.
I haven't looked at ADP even.
Yeah.
Like it's bad.
So,
I only looked an hour ago, so you're right in the same bucket as me.
We
Greg's
are
done more
entering
best ball drafts than both of us together.
Where's Steph, by the way? Where's this grade?
Yeah, Steph disappeared. She was so unimpressed with the first draft that she was like, "I'm out of here."
She said she's done with it.
32nd draft.
Stay on for the second.
The 32nd draft now. 4 more to start. If you want to get in, now's time. All right, 2 more now. 1 more. All right, it's about to start. We are getting in.
Scott, any early leans, players that you're loving right now?
Well, I'm going to save it for when they're close to us. I don't want anyone sniping us.
Okay. Well, that's probably going to happen anyway, but I agree.
What do you think about this? What do you think about this top 5? Is that the order you would go, D-Bro?
Man, I'm fading Barkley this year. I know it's crazy,
Oh,
but Bijan's
boy.
my RB1. I got Bijan as my RB1. I've got some other guys ahead of him. I don't have a big problem with the way that the top of the board. I will say I continue to be surprised that Brian Thomas Jr. is not sniffing around the top 5 in wide receivers. I don't know where Wecht fell on with projections and stuff with him, but like I think BTJ has got top 3 upside. I'm also kind of surprised by Neighbors, man. Like I don't know how Neighbors pays off this cost with if we're going to get significant starts out of Russell Wilson. He has wrecked his wide receiver ones over the last 2 years, man. Like I hate to be out on Neighbors, but like if Russ is going to start at quarterback for half of the season,
Man.
shit, I don't see it, man.
That's a good point. I mean, I feel like it has to be Jackson Dart by like week 3 and for the remainder of the
That's
year.
kind of like, to me, like for Neighbors to pay off, Dart's got to make starts or Winston's got to get on the field. It can't be Russ. Russ is going to sink him.
That was one of your hottest takes, D-Bro. I was reading through your quarterback ranks from those rookie class.
Yeah.
You had Dart as your quarterback 1. So
yeah,
you think it could be pretty good if Dart does come in there?
I do. Shout out to Brett Whitefield, man. He was his QB1 in the entire process. After Shador fell down. Shador was my QB1 going into the draft. Now after the draft, because of the draft capital, I adjusted and stuff, and Dart is my QB1 over Cam Ward. Cam Ward has a lot of things that scared, same kind of things that scared me about Caleb Williams. A lot of the same stuff scares me about Cam Ward.
A lot of people saying if Daniel Jones, Andy says, if Daniel Jones can't tank Neighbors, nobody can. Pepperoni says Neighbors.
Russell Wilson says, hold my beer.
I mean, that might be true.
Well, Neighbors had worse than Daniel Jones. He had the Sopranos boy.
No, that's right.
Yeah, DeVito.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, we got the 10 hole here. A lot of the same names from the last one. Steven Urbanek gets in with the 3 hole. Nice one there. We got JMC in the 4 hole, Crutches in the 6 hole. If anybody else here, let us know if I'm not saying your name and you are here. Let us know the what in the 11 hole.
I think BTJ Christian McCaffrey at the end of the first round is just like such a nutty.
Oh, that would be glorious,
dude. I'm in on CMC this year. I think he's gonna have a big bounce back season.
So I mean, Coachspeak Index. I mean, you can say the same thing, but like everything I'm hearing on CMC is like so positive, where it's just like you know, the Achilles tendonitis, whatever it is just like totally in the past, and he looks unstoppable. And the OC is like, listen, the offense runs through McCaffrey because of who he is and because of how defenses play us when he's on the field. And it's just like CMC is like the biggest power law player post LaDainian Tomlinson. So I'm going to chase that. I'm going to go down with that ship again if I have to, personally. But I don't know. What do you think, Greg?
Yeah, Clay Kubiak. You guys saw in 2023 how important McCaffrey is to what we want to be as an offense. He's an elite player, and we're going to do everything we can to get him the ball as much as we can.
Also, shout out to the data suite, because if you looked at CMC's per touch metrics, he had a 22% missed tackle rate at 1.8 yards per route run. Both of those are extremely damn good marks. Like if he's healthy, he's going to smash.
I'll give you $1 if you know who the other Kubiak brother is.
Jeez.
Clint Kubiak. Who's the 49ers OC? What's his name?
Clay Kubiak.
Clay Kubiak.
Yeah.
And then who's the third?
I know it
starts. Please.
I know it starts with a K.
That's a good guess.
All right, it's Klein Kubiak. Do you know
Klein?
Yeah. Do you know what team he does and what position?
Do you want BTJ or who do you want here? BTJ, Collins, Genty.
Yeah, we can go BTJ. That's fine.
Is that what you want? I'm not trying to. You said you want BTJ and McCaffrey.
No, I like that. I like
or
that.
CMC's on the board.
Or would you rather go CMC first?
No, I know, because I also like Gene T. I like Henry, so that's fine.
Okay, cool. Let's do it.
So Klein Kubiak is with the Cowboys. You want to guess what he does with the Cowboys?
Oh, but was he QC or something like that?
He's an area scout. An area scout.
Wow. We're getting his Nepo stripes all in, huh? Okay.
He was probably behind that Deuce Vaughn pick. The nepotism draft pick.
Fair. Yep.
All right, we are coming up in
All right,
3
GT's
picks.
gone.
Yep, the turn, and then one more pick for the what, and then it's us.
Yeah, McCaffrey's
I'll
not
give you
making-
$1 if you know who was the featured rapper on the Notorious B.I.G.'s The What.
Was it Clay Kubiak?
Not Klein.
This is Method Man. Man, you guys
Oh,
are
of course.
just don't want these dollars.
Barrett, I have to ask you, with all these singles in your pocket, where have you been for the last few hours?
I was at Bible study. Don't put that
Tossing
in
out
there.
dollars, bro.
Son of a bitch. All right, Barrett, who do you like here? We've got Derrick Henry, Brock
Yeah,
Bowers.
let's just take D. Hember.
That'll be this. I believe my first share of D. Hember.
He's just listen. It's half PPR. He's going to score a lot of touchdowns.
Freaking Derrick Henry.
If you look at the analytics, I mean, he was just kind of like basically Saquon last year, except
Yep.
Yeah.
If Saquon wouldn't
Those
have
are the
had
guys.
the year that he had, Derrick Henry would have been in the MVP conversation.
yeah, offensive player of the year. Yeah,
Lamar was his biggest detriment there. So
Oh, the what had it, by the way, like immediately before
Oh, he
before you
knows,
said
he
it. So
knows.
you owe him $1,
Okay.
by the way, Barrett.
yeah,
Send Scott your Venmo. He'll send you
some
$1.
of those singles, Barrett.
what's his name? The what?
All right. We got a little time here. So BTJ, Derrick Henry start. I'm guessing there's no playoff or fantasy playoff correlation there, but who cares?
Oh, I mean, who did you have on this this live stream, Neil?
Who did I have on this live?
You had
stream?
me. Since when do I care?
Yeah,
That
Barrett
doesn't
doesn't
even stack.
Yeah, Barrett doesn't care about that, and Barrett hates the team if you stack. So at least we know.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. You'll get one round 18 stack, and that's going to be the only correlation on this team.
Neil,
Scott,
can I ask Scott a question here real fast? Because I think it's just insane.
Of course. Ask him.
Scotty,
Yeah.
what are your thoughts on Marvin Harrison Jr. as wide receiver 14 and underdog right now? Is that just absolute freaking ludicrous?
Yikes.
Leading
Like-
the witness. Come on.
I'm
That's not
I'm
good.
just asking, dude.
That's not
He had his response before I even finished.
He did.
He's going to be like wide receiver 20 by August, I think.
Got
Where do we have him
all.
in projections? I think that's a great question.
He
You want to
can't be
guess
that
where
high.
we have him in projections?
Wide receiver 27.
26. Wow.
Ah,
He is 0.2 projected fantasy points above Jalen Waddle, who I'm sure is going like 4 rounds later.
mm-hmm. No, I'm not. Y'all didn't talk about him, but I am cheating. I'm always very curious where my mind lines up with Chris Weck's projections, because we usually end up on a lot of the same guys. So y'all's episode about talking about the difference in projections and guys that stood out was I was super high on Devontae Adams already, and so hearing that y'all are incredibly bullish on him too was very nice.
Dude, we're gonna take over this year. ETR beat it, like ETR's DFS projections beat us out last year, but by like this much.
Wecht is a damn king, dude.
But it was
He's
his
so
first
freaking good.
year doing projections. We crushed Stochastic, we crushed the Blitz, we crushed everyone else, and like ETR is like 7 times as popular as us, and so like for projections that are just like right there but different and unique and nowhere near as widely used, Neil and I are gonna crush on
That's a
outside
powerful
box
thing.
this year.
Just having like if they're just as good but different than what the market is using, that's really powerful.
Well, dude, that's and no, I mean, shout out to ETR, dude, but like that was one of the edges every year when I played preseason DFS. Like certain places move the market and some don't, so you exploit the edges.
So we have Chris, who is like an absolute genius, Rain
Dude,
Man.
he's awesome.
And then we have
damn good.
And then we
Shout
have
out to Weck.
Brett Whitefield's like film expertise. You have me, Graham, Jake Tribby, Ryan Heath. Dude, we're gonna take over this year. Neil.
Dolan's
gonna win
somewhere
anyway.
in there too. Yeah,
We're gonna win $1 million for sure. Promo code flannel for 10% off at Fantasy Points.
Flannelversity.
No, it's just flannel is the.
Okay.
But that is the new Twitter account. Scott talked me into naming it.
I love it.
Flannelversity.
I love it.
Yeah.
I want a Flannelversity shirt. Is it going to be flannel though? That's the question.
I will say
Soon.
that the color scheme of Flannelverse and the Fantasy Points data suite, they line up pretty well. I mean, you could say they do
work well
match.
together. They do.
Yeah.
They work well together.
As Neil wears the flannel hat and the fantasy points.
Yeah, exactly.
I love the idea of a shirt that's like the tuxedo shirt. That's just like the print of a tuxedo, but it's just
Flannel?
a flannel.
That's so good.
All right. Send me your designs, okay?
Over t-shirt,
Exactly.
a t-shirt with the design of a flannel shirt with all the buttons and everything.
We are
That's
on the clock.
so good, dude.
This is the ADP, Scott.
Oh yikes! These guys suck. How did the ADP get bad
Travis
so
Hunter,
quick?
Ted McMillan.
Gotta pick somebody.
You
Scott.
can take Mike Evans. You can take Mike Evans.
Oh yes.
Don't
Scott
you
is
dare
super
correlate on me.
enthusiastic. You don't want to take Josh Allen. I mean, if you're trying not to correlate.
So I was thinking about Josh. I mean, like I'm cool with that. I just kind of like Mike Evans a little more.
All right, then I'm taking your guy. I just
Although-
know you're the Josh Allen guy. Like he is your power lock.
Mike Evans
quarterback.
is too cheap too, man.
Yeah, I know, but I just saw how gross the rest of the positions got, and
Yeah.
I'd rather just gamble on some. Oh, actually, this is a great year for late quarterbacks because there's a lot of cheap quarterbacks I like.
A lot of really good ones.
Agreed.
I think there's going to be. So I have to name my Exodia. Everyone wants to know who my Exodia quarterback is this year. I mean, Justin Fields is back as a starter, but I think at least one of these sophomores goes crazy, and I kind of like all of them.
JJ McCarthy, baby. Everybody.
McCarthy,
agrees.
baby. McCarthy's
I
gonna be a
know.
QB1, calling it.
Well, for best ball, yeah, I see like a sophomore Brock Purdy type season from him. But like Drake May could be Josh Allen light. Bo Nix could be, dude. Bo Nix had the 6th most fantasy points by a rookie ever.
And
he was running in the first half. He had fractured bones in his back.
Yep. If he runs the whole year, he could be awesome. He could be really awesome.
Yeah. Well, here's the issue with Josh Allen is Jaden Daniels is probably my QB1 if I'm being honest. I think he wins MVP this year.
I like that call. Yep.
Him or JJ McCarthy. I mean, JJ McCarthy's the better bet at odds, but hey, Pepper Tony is asking. That's a sick name. Pepper Tony is asking what the Flannelverse promo code is for fantasy points.
We answered that. It's flannel, 10% off. We are back on the clock, Scott.
By the way, I think your code is good for everything. By the way, these days, not just the data suite. Okay.
All right. What are we thinking, Scott? What are we thinking?
I'm cool with Tet. I'm cool with Jaden. I'm cool with O'Marion. I don't know you're only showing me the top 7, so there might be a better running back later.
We got Tet. Good.
That's good.
Is it good, D-Bro? What do you think? I'm hoping it's the Dave Canales Alpha X role that we saw Deontay Johnson get like 11, 8, 12, 14 targets and then just like disappear from the face of the earth. I'm hoping he gets that and it sticks.
So the other undercover thing that I noticed when I was looking up, because I was right after they drafted Ted, I was looking up stuff about when Bryce came back and things like that. The under the cover thing too is there's a chance that Carolina is a top 12 passing rate team. They were 13th in neutral passing rate whenever Bryce was cooking at the end of the season.
Wow.
So you add Ted to that.
I mean, that defense sucks, right?
The defense sucks. They're going to be throwing. I think there's a world we could be living in where Carolina is a top 10 to 12 passing rate team. And if that's the case, dude, I mean, like Ted could get 130, 140 targets year one. Wouldn't
So you
surprise
think
me.
the coach speak last summer was, of course, we're going to run it. So I can't wait to prove to you how much we're committed to establishing the run, all of that kind of stuff. Greg, has it been any different this year? Like, do you agree that it's going to be maybe a little bit less of that run it down your throat?
That's still Dave Canales' line of like the kind of team that they want to be is, they have what he referred to as 2 war daddies now, and Chuba Hubbard and Rico Dowdle. But yeah, that whole, I want to prove to you how stubborn I can be when it comes to running the ball. Yeah, absolutely. He wants like angry runners and yeah, he wants to run the hell out of the ball. But again, like the defense has to step up a little bit.
Yeah. I'm trying to pull it up right now.
Should we be nervous about Ted McMillan then? I mean,
no, because like Scott mentioned, last year, Dave Canales was asked about the offense and the passing offense, and he said basically on every play for everything, the first thing we're thinking about is where is Deontay Johnson? right? He was their alpha X receiver, as Scott said. Well, they just drafted an alpha X receiver in Ted McMillan, who pairs really well with what Bryce Young does best. So,
which is not see over his offensive linemen, but this guy's really tall.
Yeah, this guy's really tall.
Yeah. I think that passing offense is going to run through Tet, and I think he's going to soak up a ton of targets.
So going back to it, weeks 12 through 18. So basically the game where Bryce Young kind of looked like he'd taken a step versus Kansas City. Weeks 12 through 18, they were 12th in overall passing rate. In neutral passing rate, they were
pull up ADP, please.
They were 13th. Yep. And you're looking at a team like, dude, they were passing in every single situation. Like inside the red zone, they were 61. They were 11th in red zone passing rate. So like, I don't want to say Canellis is kind of full of it, but like what they did over the last 7 games of the season is contrary to what he said before, or at least like I think there's an out where they could throw more.
Ugh, horrific triple snipe.
You want one of these running backs?
Hubbard and Walker, yeah, for sure. Dude, I'm cool with Burrow. I'm cool with Kamara. I'm cool with Waddle. I really like all 3 of those guys. Anyone have a lean here?
Feel pretty good about Kamara's workload this year.
New England and Jacksonville correlates late, doesn't it?
Miami and Tampa Bay correlates as well. Week 17.
Well, yeah. Nice. All right. So we took Waddle. You should trust your judgment, Neil, because I don't know which positions are easier or tougher to find later.
Yeah.
If it's like last year,
this year, to be honest,
I really
tough to gauge.
I like Waddle too as a pick because I still think there's an out where Tyreek Hill gets moved, and if that's the case, Waddle's going to go screaming up the board.
I mean, I think even if he doesn't, he just like I have no explanation for last year. No explanation for it, but it's like I know he's so much better than that.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Can you explain why freaking Jonnu Smith just like out alpha'd him to the degree that he did? I can't.
I just think it was all the underneath stuff. Get the ball out of Tua's hands. Like
yeah, why wouldn't Waddle get that?
I don't know, but I don't understand. Like going back to it, like why they pushed the entire passing offense through Tyreek Hill outside of McDaniels saying, yeah, we were chasing records and crap like that previously, like that year that Tyreek could have possibly broken the single season stuff. Like it just seemed like there hasn't been enough. Go ahead. I'm not going to talk to you.
Burrow, Kamara, Juwan. Oh, Judy. Actually, you know what? Judy is like one of my favorite values in all of drafts right now. I like all these guys, but Judy is just, he should have gone at least a full round earlier. This is a nice little sweet spot. The dude from week 8 on was behind only Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase in receiving yards. Like that's crazy. And look at where you got him wide receiver. What does it tell you? Underdog doesn't tell you anymore. I feel like
I think I can see it if I go. Let's see. If I go to, well, I think if I do this, it'll show me. 39, wide receiver 39.
Wide receiver 39. That's crazy. Awesome. And this was he was one of only 3 wide receivers with 1,000 yards from week 9 on, whatever it was.
It's just cheap volume, dude. He's going to get a crap ton of volume. Like at that point, like I don't care who the quarterback is. And if it's Joe Flacco, I mean, it's just, like I said, it's earlier. It's old Jameis Winston.
Yeah, he's going to get even more volume now that they just lost a Hall of Famer in Elijah Moore. So
I swore I thought you were going to make a Deshaun Watson reference or something with that.
Oh, that's the big issue is like, dude, if they start Deshaun Watson, like this was a bad pick. But if they play any of their 7 other quarterbacks, like it'll be fine.
Yeah. As long as it's not Kenny Pickett, I'm good with it.
Dude, Deshaun is so much worse. Deshaun is so much more fantasy poison than Kenny Pickett.
It was horrible. Horrible.
Who do we think is going to start there?
It's going to be Flacco, right? Running backs. Right now,
I think it's going to be Flacco, and I think you're going to see one of the other quarterbacks, like whether it's Shador or Dylan.
Flacco
Gabriel.
would be awesome. Flacco would be great.
Yeah. I think Flacco is going to get the first crack at it. I think they're just trying to get a look at the young guys in camp and stuff. Like they know what they got in Flacco. They don't need to like.
Greg actually pulled this, I think, but the reason, like part of the reason he made that trade, giving up Travis Hunter, getting the round 1 pick, is because they studied next year's quarterback class and thought it was really good. And so they're taking more of a long-term approach. Like this is, I think, absolutely a lost tanking year for them. And
So then Barry and
be.
Stefanski are safe then. That's what that
Oh,
says.
I think so.
They're
Because
safe.
I think Deshaun got thrust upon them, and so now like the owner is just like, hey, listen, like your job's safe, but we gotta move past this. This because like that's like a hole that digs you. Like you're gonna lose 5 years giving him the money that you did and the trade, and him being as bad as he's been.
And on top of it, I just love that Baker Mayfield is tearing it up in Tampa. Like,
oh
I
my
love
God,
that.
me too.
I love every bit of that. Just rub it in Cleveland's face.
He's like my favorite player in the NFL right now because he's just like,
I love Baker so much.
All it is just like balls and dogging him, and that's it. And he just finds a way and he gets it done. And he got so fucked over by Cleveland because we're on. Aaron Jones, I like. And Aaron Jones, I like. Yeah.
Hawkinson.
No.
I'll scroll down if
Aaron
you want
Jones.
me to.
Mooney's solid. Although I liked Mooney more last year when we were taking him in like round 14.
You totally got me on the Mooney last year.
And Downs too, another guy.
Yeah. All right, we're taking Aaron Jones. I'm super into Jordan Mason this year. What do you think about that, Scott? So he goes about 20 picks later.
What team is he on? The Vikings?
He's on the Vikings.
The Vikings.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
He's on the Vikings. The coach pick has been, I think he can help with goal line and goal to go stuff.
I think we know like what the deal is, which is just like Aaron Jones is really good when he's healthy, but he's never healthy. And I don't know.
Yeah, they talked about that when they got him last year of, hey, we're aware of his injury history. Like we're aware that he kind of needs to be managed a little bit.
And they give him 300 plus touches.
Well, they had no RB. Like Ty Chandler was just absolute ass.
He's terrible.
When Cam Akers came in, I feel like Cam Akers got a fair bit of the workload.
Akers availed himself pretty well last season when given the opportunity.
Still out on the unemployment line.
Scott, do you have a lean here? I've got it sorted by ADP.
Do you have a quarterback yet?
No.
That's all right. That's fine. I mean, we have the Baker
stack if you
Evan
wanted.
stack.
I was like,
but,
yeah, Baker makes
I think
sense.
we're good. I think I want to go with my own coach speak like call of the year, which is Luther Burden. Debro.
Oh,
what are your thoughts on this? What are your thoughts on this?
Oh,
are you a hater? Are you a Luther
I was a
Burden
hater. Yeah,
me too. Me too.
I'm a
but
hater.
Then he fell to the.
I need to hear it. Talk me into this.
He fell to the landing spot of all landing spots. I had a tweet from like 3 years ago. It was like, when Ben Johnson is a head coach, go all the F in on his starting slot wide receiver. At this point in time, when this quote was from, Amon-Ra St. Brown only had 2 100-yard games in his career. And Ben Johnson said, hey, listen, I'm paraphrasing. Hey, listen, the slot wide receiver is the focal point of my offense because it's so much harder for defenses to put a strain on to account for a slot when he's the number one guy. You can do more things. And just, when I came up in the league, we had Jarvis Landry, who led the league in receptions his first 3 years there. And now we have Amon-Ra St. Brown. And so blah, blah, blah. Like the slot is the focal point of my offense. Right. And it's like, if you draft Luther Burden round 2, he's the presumptive favorite to be your starting slot wide receiver. Best offense to be a starting slot wide receiver in. And so I was a big hater, but like this is the nuts landing spot of all nuts landing spots, in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, for me, I was a big hater in the process because
me too, man.
He was just the newest manufactured touch guy that
right. He can't separate, but it's like that doesn't matter when you have Ben Johnson scheming him up, right?
I mean, again, I would love to be in on him. I was out because he was just the new manufactured touch guy, and I was like, well, we'll see how that goes in the NFL. But if Ben Johnson's going to scheme up a bunch of stuff for him, I mean, dude, they got to make it easy for Caleb somehow because Caleb was dreadful last year, like legendarily bad in his like he was that's my biggest problem with the Bears offense, to be honest, man. It's like what do we get out of Caleb Williams? He was legitimately god awful. Like there's only a certain amount of that we can explain away with Shane Waldron and the offensive line and crap. There is so
the offensive line wasn't bad, by the way.
No, he wasn't.
Caleb
made it worse. He made all of it worse.
That was like a league average offensive line. Bears fans will tell you it's bottom 3. That was all on Caleb. No, this is a great talking point because like I feel the same way. I was beating the drum on Caleb Williams having a historically bad rookie season, and now I'm like, well, you have the GOAT play caller, you have this insane supporting cast. It's so good. It's like beyond too good to fail. It's like too good to like not be awesome, right? Brett, meanwhile, is like, no. He's calling me a wussy for turning face. He's like, no, dude, Caleb just sucks and this isn't gonna work.
I'm more in Brett's camp than I am with the Ben Johnson's team. Like my whole thing about like Caleb and that entire offense is like we haven't even seen Caleb support one weapon, much less support like 4 or 5. Like he's got to be good to do that. And he wasn't, he was horrible last year. So like I'm usually much more of like ahead of the curve or aggressive on guys and projecting and stuff like that. With Caleb Williams, it is one of the rare instances where I'm like, no, I kind of need to see this guy actually look good.
Baker.
All right, we are Baker. All right.
And then we're going to go quarterback again, I think, with Purdy.
Okay.
Bing bong.
Yep, we got Aaron Jones, so probably not the best.
Hey, do you have a Mark Andrews? Mark Andrews or Evan Ingram? Who are you taking, D, bro?
Oh, it's Evan Ingram, baby. I love Ingram this year.
Joker role, huh?
Yeah, dude. I mean, you're competing with Cortland Sutton. I think he could easily lead the team in targets this year. Like I'm very aggressive on Ingram. I've got him at tight end 4.
You might have sold me. Ingram or Purdy? Who do you want?
We have
Rashid Shaheed. All right, because Rashid Shaheed is like a mascot of Neil and Scott.
That is the Scott's guy.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah.
He's given us an out though to not take a totally uncorrelated quarterback. So if Scott's going to allow us to not take a quarterback, that is,
and you don't have a tight end right now, right?
Pass catchers are gone.
We don't.
We don't. Yeah.
Yeah. I think you go Ingram, but that's just
okay.
Me.
All right, that's fine.
I don't know if you want Rashid Shaheed catching balls from Tyler Shuck.
I mean, like you have to imagine they're trailing by like 28 points every game. So why not just YOLO balls to Rashid?
I mean, why not?
It's a spike week format. It's half PPR. It's the poster boy of Neil and Scott streams.
Yeah. I wouldn't take Sheed.
Have we is he our most profitable player of all time? I think he is.
Almost definitely. Yeah.
Who is our biggest L player? Who's like cost us the most money?
Oh God. Man, that's a tough question. I'm trying to think who.
I'm sure there's a good one. I'm sure there's a good one.
There are definitely good ones in there.
Because I'll pivot off of like my Marvin Mims or like I won't take it as seriously as like it seems on Twitter, the 1% guys.
Yeah.
Probably like a Jonathan Taylor or someone expensive and like who I just got wrong every week for some reason. Inexplicably.
There was somebody that we took last year that or somebody that we faded last year that went completely off.
Oh, that's probably who it is. Yeah.
Yeah, but I can't remember who it was. I don't know. We obviously it's DFS. You miss more than you hit generally. But
I can't wait for DFS season with you, Neil.
I can't either, man. That's fun. Every Saturday. It's a fun one. I can't wait.
Someone said Kyle Pitts. No, Kyle Pitts stinks. We've been onto that for at least a year.
Yeah, we're talking DFS, by the way, not best ball. I drafted a lot of Kyle Pitts in best ball last year, so that was painful for me. But yeah, DFS we never really took him.
D-Bro, do you know Max Toscano?
Name rings a bell.
Yeah, highly recommend his work. I found him a couple of months ago, but
nice.
Remember the tight ends is his Substack, but he's been beating this drum that Kyle Pitts is basically Mike Gesicki 2.0.
Okay.
Which like if you hear him out is like dead on and like as gross as that sounds. But Greg, you want to talk about the Kyle Pitts clip that you posted today?
Oh my God.
You got a Kyle Pitts clip today?
Yeah. Well, first let's remember back to like 3 or 4 weeks ago when everyone was circulating Zach Robinson said Kyle Pitts is going to take a big leap this year. and then just happen to leave off the part right after where Zach Robinson says, but first he needs to work on this and this and this and this. Like didn't fit on the like,
Didn't make the graphic.
Clickbait.
Clickbait graphic.
Yeah, figured out not enough room. And then today in a press conference, Zach Robinson says basically the same thing again of, Kyle Pitts he just needs to work on the details and he can take that next step. Like, this isn't a rookie tight end. This isn't a second year tight end. This is a guy going into his 5th season, still learning how to play tight end and how to get the details right.
We're at 1-2-6-1. We're probably good at wide receiver for now, I would think. What are we seeing here?
As disgusting as this sounds, Javonte, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Need
I'm
some
good with
volume.
it.
Yeah.
And then JJ McCarthy, hope he falls. Get your boy
Love
D-Bro.
I mean, I'm not against it. I'm a stack.
I guess we're Ramondre. I like. Brett thinks he's going to be LeGarrette Blount in the offense, and it's just.
I think he's going to keep a role. Yeah.
I think he's underrated, man. I think he's good. So I would. I also love Jake Ferguson. I also love JJ McCarthy. So you want to click on.
Oh, you go McCarthy because you got Aaron Jones, and then just take like a late flyer on Ty Felton or something like that.
Well, click on quarterback. Because here's the thing.
It's by ADP.
Matthew Stafford is fine.
You got Tua there if you wanted to go the correlation. You got Bryce Young late. You got. I mean, there's a lot of guys you got left if you want to go punt quarterback.
Can you scroll down past Anthony Richards? I'm just curious. Sam Darnold, dude, what the fuck? That makes no sense. Sam Darnold should be like 20 QB 21. So McCarthy or Jake Ferguson, who do you guys think?
I mean, we both love.
All right, Vito. I say Jake Ferguson, just because this has been like my niche take where it's like CeeDee Lamb's an elite. Oh, there, it made it easy. All right, take him. Greg, go back to Kyle Pitts slander.
He sucks. He's a guy who can't. A guy who can't block. A tight end who can't block, and he's getting like barely any snaps. But we think maybe 5th year is the year that he takes his leap. Okay,
5th year after devastating injuries and surgery.
I'm out because the Falcons are out. Dude, I was just looking up his snap counts to close the year, weeks 15 through 18, 39, 44, 46, 44%. Like, you're not even a full-time player for your team. You're not going to be a full-time player in fantasy, homie. Like, I'm done. No.
And they were saying the same stuff that they're saying now. They were saying that in the middle of the season last year when they were getting asked about Kyle Pitts not playing that much.
Dude, it was so funny, the clip. Like, I was literally laughing. It was like, well, the thing we always tell Kyle is you need to play fast. It's really important you play fast. And it's like, you could play a lot faster than you're playing. Like, you're slow. You're fucking slow, Kyle Pitts.
Have they not showed him Talladega Nights yet? Maybe that's the key. Maybe he just hasn't watched Talladega Nights.
We always tell Kyle you could play fast, and so there's that, and it's like, and he can improve. He can improve with the route running. He can improve with the blocking, and he can basically just like a million things to improve. But like what the clip said to me was the same thing the Arthur Smith clip said, except like we trash Arthur Smith, who like we owe an apology to. And then the Falcons head coach last year is the same thing. They're all saying the same thing. Is like, stop asking about this guy. He stinks.
You can see it on Zach Robinson's face every time he's asked about Kyle Pitts. He's like, why am I still fielding these questions? Look at his snap percentage.
So there's people in these dynasty best ball streets who still believe. I can't believe it.
I can't. I'm out. Last year I was done. I was done.
Yeah, me too. I had a great Kyle Pitts tweet. I'm gonna have to find a way to bring it back from the dead.
Today's a good day.
All the Kyle Pitts hate just brings me back to even more Drake London this year.
Andrew asked me to finish my Ferguson take. Yeah, so he's just like a tremendous value. Just you look at what he did 2 years ago. You look at what he did last year when Dak Prescott's healthy, or the volume, the XFP, the whatever. But my niche, take is CeeDee Lamb's an elite man beater, and George Pickens is an elite man beater. They're both elite against single high as well. But like Jake Ferguson is really more the zone beater, the 2 high beater. And he played way more zone than he played man coverage. So he's going to have some spike weeks. Neil and I profited nicely off of some Jake Ferguson weeks the past few years. Wow, this is gross. Do we want to take a quarterback?
I queued up Tua because
let's do Tua. Tua is a great pick. Yeah,
I'd say it's either Tua or you go Jalen McMillan.
I think we go
Bryce Young. Whatever you want to
do. So we could do Bryce Young and we could do Adam Thielen. We can get a Bryce Young double and just maybe he lives up to the.
I mean, we could still take Bryce Young with our next pick if we wanted to.
Yeah, but who was who? I liked Darnold, but maybe that's a little risky.
We could.
What do you guys think about Thielen?
I was just gonna ask, do you think he is alive by week 17?
Because that's the question, is just whether he's alive or not.
Yeah.
I think what you want to occur if you have Adam Thielen is that he gets injured like in the middle of the season, or like earlier in the season.
He comes back.
He's back by like week 12, kind of gets in the groove, and week 15, ready to go, baby.
Do you want to guess how old he's going to be by week 1?
35 or 36.
35. That is so
wild.
In wide receiver years,
and then he was so good last year too, man.
Like, in wide receiver years, that's like 130.
It's pretty old.
For slot wide receiver years, it's like 110.
All right, we could take McMillan here. I'm going to queue up running backs. Any running backs like that? We're sitting at 3 right now. I mean, I'll pull up everybody, but
Jalen Wright.
Do you want to see the running backs? What do you think?
I like Jalen Wright. I think that's a good call. That's a kind of it.
You got.
That's like an ironic coach speak guy.
Yeah.
He had some workout clips I saw on the old X machine today.
So Greg and I were joking about Miami's OC, who is hilarious, but there was a clip from someone else a couple of days ago where they did make it seem like it was sort of a tandem with Jalen Wright involved. And historically, Mike McDaniel backfields are more of a committee.
I'm not an Ollie Gordon fan either, so I don't think he's going to make a lot of noise there. I think Ollie Gordon is just big and slow.
Yeah. Doesn't really fit them either.
No, he doesn't. That was a weird pick.
It'd be a real bummer if like they just got Ollie Gordon for goal line touches.
Oh, that would suck so bad. Greg, you want to talk about our AI we have planned for what's his name? Frank Smith.
Frank Smith. I think I was talking to Scott. So I watched this Frank Smith, offensive coordinator for the Dolphins, presser today. And one of the most boring pressers that you'll ever watch is a Frank Smith presser. Just like the most generic coach speak. Which is
so like great, like because Mike McDaniel seems high he's like so off the cuff and ridiculous.
Yeah. I told Scott I want to do a new series called Generic Coach Speak Generated by AI or Actual Frank Smith Quote. And we're talking about creating a Frank Smith AI, like an OC 5.
Yeah, and like where you like ask it, it's like, hey, what day is it today? And it's like, whether it's a Monday or a Tuesday or a Wednesday or a Sunday, it's a day where we get up and we try and have our best day possible. It doesn't even, so it's, it could, and if it's a weekend, we still wake up and we grind. And if it's a weekday, we wake up and just non-answers to like,
dude, you ask. I love it when, who was it? Was it Mahomes was talking about that in an interview one time? He was like the most generic media answers ever, where you're saying a lot of shit but you're not saying anything. It's every day we're going to get a little bit better and we're going to keep working towards our goals and we're going to be better than we were the day before, and as long as we keep moving forward as a team together, in the same direction, it's going to be good for us.
If I hear
that kind of stuff, dude,
if I hear Kellen Moore say process one more time, I'm shutting it down. I'm shutting it down. I'm going to go work in insurance.
I think what Greg
Neil, did you see Crutches, by the way, like livid in the chat? Like, I feel for that. That is some tilting stuff.
Wait, what's going on with Crutches?
He had triple stack for the Raiders, and somebody took Geno naked.
That's the kind of shit that'll make me rage throw my phone in a best ball draft, where you're just like, there is no reason.
If you just live like Scott Barrett and don't worry about stacking, you never get pissed at everybody for sniping you. So there's points to living like Scott Barrett. Greg, how do you grade something like that? When the coach is just like gives you non-answers, is that just like you throw out that quote because they really tell you
not
anything?
actionable? Yeah, I have a line where
negative points.
It only goes in the database if it leads the public to believe that it has a greater than 50% chance of happening. Otherwise, I'll just keep it in the Discord and I'll go back and reference it. That's what I love about the Discord. Like it's another database for me to just keep stuff in there that isn't, actionable coach speak, but stuff that could still inform us, whether it's this year or years down the road.
So you're not going to have any Frank Smith quotes in there, is what I'm hearing.
No. I hope he never gets a head coaching job. I don't want to watch any pressers.
You're going to watch all those pressers for nothing added to the coach speak.
But I still have to watch them just in case.
I know, that's where you're like, oh shit. Well, there's 3 hours of my life I'm never getting back. Lovely. Thanks, Frank.
I actually did end up getting.
I hope one day he's just like, Jalen Wright's going to get a 40% carry share this year.
Yeah, I'll have like 20x past.
I'm going to feed him until he throws up.
CJ Spiller. Yeah. All right, you want to take Thielen? We looked at him last round.
We talked about
Yeah.
All right.
Where is Keenan Allen going?
180, 182.
No, I mean, like, where is he going to land?
Like retirement home?
No, he's going to play somewhere.
They asked Jim Harbaugh about it about a month or so ago.
All right.
They're like, Keenan Allen, he's available, and Jim Harbaugh was like, yeah, that'd be cool, wouldn't it? And then never heard anything again about it.
That's so funny.
Wasn't he not bad last year though?
No, he wasn't bad last year.
I don't think he was bad. Caleb was terrible.
Yeah. I mean, he was right there with DJ Moore, who is making like, I don't know, $30 million.
Yes.
But let's take Sam Darnold.
Just take an unstacked Sam Darnold.
Hell yeah. And we're going to win $1 million with it.
Neil,
we're going to have to split it 4 ways, so none of us are actually rich.
Skeptical, D-bro? I said skeptical of the pick.
Wait, so what happens if you actually win $1 million, Neil? Do you just just owe the IRS $250K and then we're all rich?
No, you can send out forms. If you split,
Neil pays the taxes and we just get off the top.
Yeah. You wish. No, you're paying taxes on your quarter of the profits. Also, I'm taking my $25. I'm taking that out of our profits.
No, the way that Scott outlined it, I'm totally fine with Neil paying the taxes. This is on your name. Okay.
We'll see about that.
I haven't paid taxes in like a decade, so I'm not gonna start.
That's a great thing to say online.
So Scott will actually be paying.
If we don't see any more best ball drafts done by Scott this year, we know why.
Pay those taxes, Scott. I need you on Saturdays in the fall.
No, it's cool. I'm a conscientious objector to taxes.
Just tell the IRS that. I'm sure it's fine. Yeah. 15th is Neil's favorite day. Yeah.
Looking at possible destinations for freaking Keenan Allen.
Yeah, I really.
Where all the wide receivers go to die.
I mean, like, how many teams have like? I mean, Dallas. Why wouldn't Dallas sign Keenan?
That's a good point.
I mean, here's the thing with George Pickens is like, on paper this looks awesome, but it's like we just saw with Deontay Johnson when a dude's a headache.
Yeah.
Keenan Allen is going to get signed by Baltimore as soon as they release DeAndre Hopkins.
Ooh.
You think they're releasing it?
I think they'll just like recycle through old ass receivers.
Okay.
Entire season.
Maybe Deontay Johnson will do a stint there.
Yeah.
All right. I actually have tell me why wouldn't Atlanta sign him? He'd make a lot of sense there, considering their wide receiver room.
Yeah, taking Ray McLeod's place there.
Where does Deontay Johnson go? Does he just not get drafted?
He's in drafts. I've seen him drafted in the 18th round.
Yeah,
I think that's a great 18th.
I think he's a really good pick there.
Yeah.
Can you look at our team? I don't even know who's on our team.
Yeah, so we have a 3-4-7-2 build. At quarterback, we have Baker Mayfield, Tua, and Sam Darnold.
And how many picks do we have left?
We have 2 picks left.
Oh, yikes.
At running back, we have Derrick Henry, Aaron Jones, Javonte Williams, Jalen Wright.
You need running backs.
Yeah, click on running back. Let's check out these running backs.
You need running backs.
All right, so this is by ADP.
Samson Giddens are interesting. I mean, Kareem Hunt. What do you guys think about Kareem Hunt? Like, is he?
Oh,
if Pacheco's not a bell cow.
I'll craft you a really good Brashard Smith narrative.
Oh, okay. Hey,
new Jarrett McKinnon, baby.
Hey, you know what, D bro? You know what? Hey,
Twist your arm, Barrett.
I like that. Can you click on Brashard Smith for me?
Yeah.
Why don't we just give him a little click?
Is Brashard Smith going to be the new Justin Ross?
Hey,
don't you dare put that evil on him, Neil.
Yeah, sorry.
Well, Brashard Smith might have had more career receiving yards than Justin Ross.
That's pretty fair. I think he actually might. I love all these late running backs, though, man. Like Taj Brooks, DJ Giddens, Brashard Smith. There's a lot of really good running backs at the very end of drafts. And no, you won't see me drafting Jordan James.
And some guys that probably have RB2 spot like pretty locked up on their team.
Yeah, like Taj could be the RB2 going into week 1. Giddens could be the RB2 going into week 1. Like all of those. Merritt.
Sanders. What do you think has it locked up, Greg? I'm curious who you think has it locked up. I mean, not just like
I think DJ Giddens, very, very good bet for RB2 in Indy. I think Taj Brooks, very, very good bet for RB2 in Cincinnati with Samaje Perine fulfilling a third down kind of role. I mean, Dylan Sampson, I could definitely see as RB2 in Cleveland.
Yeah, Thunder and Lightning there with the rookies.
Yep.
I think probably another running back is what we need here. Does everybody agree? I mean,
agreed.
We are on the clock, by the way.
Wait, what happened to the guy we were just going to take? Is he gone?
No, Brashard Smith, we took him.
You got Brashard.
Oh, we did.
And then we came back on the clock.
Well, what about what tight ends are available?
All right, we've got Evan Ingram and Jake Ferguson. Yeah, we could do another one. Ja'Tavion Sanders, Terrence Ferguson, Theo Johnson.
I like Terrence Ferguson, but I'm cool with any of the running backs, I guess.
Any preference as far as running backs? Would you rather do Dylan Sampson or?
Yeah,
too late. We got
screw it.
No, we got Ferguson.
Oh, well, that just cost you $250,000 in taxes.
So much.
It saved me from paying a lot of tax.
Neil did it so he doesn't have to pay the tax.
There you go. Yeah, tax write-off.
Yeah.
Neil did it so he didn't have to pay the taxes. He heard that part and he's like, "Oh, never mind. We're tanking this."
Yeah. Jim says, "Wait till Sampson outplays Judkins." I mean, I'd give it like a 35%, 40% chance of.
I'm not a Judkins fan.
I'm a big Judkins hater, D-bro.
Hey, hi.
Look at that.
Same here.
We're so aligned this year. I love it.
Dude, he was so overrated as a prospect. Good Lord. I never understood all the Judkins stuff. Like, if he wouldn't have gone to Ohio State, if he'd gone to freaking, like, I don't know, Georgia Military Academy, nobody would have given a shit. Like, even if, like smaller school, say he went to, I don't know, freaking Penn State or something, nobody would have cared about Judkins.
Yeah. All right. Well, our team is done. I guess I'll read our team now because we have a little time while this draft finishes out. We finished with Baker Mayfield, Tua Tagovailoa, Sam Darnold. At running back, we have Derrick Henry, Aaron Jones, Javonte Williams, Jalen Wright, Brashard Smith. At wide receiver, we have Brian Thomas, Mike Evans, Tet McMillan, Jalen Waddle, Jerry Jeudy, Luther Burden, Adam Thielen. And at tight end, we have Evan Ingram, Jake Ferguson, Terrence Ferguson. Oh, we got double Fergusons at tight end. That's fun. I mean, it's a decent team.
I like the team. If Henry stays healthy and you piece together RB2 and stuff, and one of the like Wright or Smith hit, I like this team.
I think we got 2 of our quarterbacks stacked up, so gotta love that. I mean, you don't usually get that when you let Barrett lead the charge. He'll just go off the wall.
Had to get Sam Darnold in there.
Scott, you're not actually anti-stack, right? Like you will stack.
I mean, being anti-stack would be stupid, but I just like. I mean, I just think it's overrated, at least within our niche circle. And like you look at the winners from the past X years, it seems like that's the case. I mean, you just, in order to win significant money, what you really need is you need to nail like the key players you needed to have in order to win. And then you needed to get it insanely lucky. And like when you, after all that, then maybe a stack can matter, but it's like such a small like component to everything else. I don't know.
Yeah. So
like, and I think what's my edge? My edge is like knowing this player is going to outscore this player.
Finding the Exodia players, finding the players that are going to be.
And hey, we nailed a ton of them. And like, if Chris Godwin, Rashee Rice stayed healthy, but again, you have to get super lucky. And
I'm trying to remember if BBMDB is offline for maintenance. I was going to look. I believe that the team that Scott forced me to draft completely unstacked was my highest scoring BBM regular season team last year.
Oh, don't. Why did you tell him that? Why did you admit that on stream?
Yeah.
Didn't win any money?
Why? I don't
like
care
$10?
if it's true. You don't admit
I probably do
stream to Barrett.
$10. Well, Debro, you were also like 2 of my top 4 or something.
Well, that's fine to admit on stream. We're just talking about you don't admit that to Barrett. Okay.
Yeah, I shouldn't have admitted that. That's a good point. All right, JMC wanted us to sauce his team, so we'll do that real quick. Reloading. I don't know how to label these somehow. I know how to do it on my phone. All right, so we talked about our team and how do we grade our team? I read it off. Do we feel good about this team?
Yeah. I think it's
where's it weak? I don't think it's weak anywhere. So, you know, just needs to get lucky, I guess.
I just think the running backs just have to shake out right.
Yeah, we got a lot of old guys.
I mean, I think the running backs are like Henry's going to score a bunch of touchdowns. Jones will have spike weeks. Javonte, I feel like, has to get spike weeks just because of there's no one else.
I looked at Javonte's stuff yesterday, and it was actually if you pull it up in the data suite and you split it up by the weeks.
Oh god,
there is a definitive drop off. Like at the first, I think it's like weeks 1 through 8. He had a missed tackle rate of 20%. And I was like, oh, well, maybe he's not. And then the back half of the season, he just fell off a cliff. I'm like, if we get the Javonte of like he's breaking tackles at a 20% rate, we might actually be throwing too much dirt on him this year.
No, I think you're thinking too far deep into it.
Am I just gal-braining this too much?
My thinking is like he just needs to be 2022 Zeke Elliott. And if you don't remember 2022 Zeke Elliott, he averaged 3.8 yards per carry, but scored 12 touchdowns.
Yeah.
And 12 touchdowns, that's a lot of fantasy points. So that's kind of all you really need for half PPR spike week format.
To Barrett's point, 2022 Zeke Elliott was RB22 in fantasy points per game.
All right. Can I break down this team? Can I trash it?
Yeah, he asked us to sauce it. So this is a 2-7-7-2 team.
What does sauce it mean?
That means talk shit about it.
Okay.
So he has Joe Burrow. I don't know why. That's a good question. Joe Burrow and Jared Goff.
Pour some Alfredo up on this bitch.
Pour some Alfredo. He goes Hero RB with Jonathan Taylor. Then he goes Trey Benson, Rashad White, Rico Dowdle, J.K. Dobbins, Woody Marks, and Taj Brooks.
All right,
at wide receiver.
That's way too many running backs. And Woody Marks sucks ass.
Yeah, Woody Marks.
J.K. Dobbins like retired. And yeah, not good.
Excuse you, he will be the RB3 on the Chargers based off of their little
he'll have 1 carry and then retire after he tears like 7 ligaments.
That's what I thought last year, and then he buried me.
I think this is
for 2 weeks, and then you were right.
I think this is actually a really great like anchor RB setup in the sense that like this ship is not going anywhere. It's going to be stuck exactly where it is right now.
Awesome. Yeah, like nailed the terminology.
Different way than I thought he was going to.
That was
good.
That was well done. That was well done.
Justin Jefferson, T. Higgins, Jamison Williams, Zay Flowers, Trey Harris, Christian Kirk, Wan'Dale Robinson at wide receiver, and then Sam Laporta, Jonnu Smith at tight end.
So Wan'Dale.
Who are the tight ends?
So Wan'Dale,
The Wan'Dale Robinson pick was just because
to piss me off.
The button that said pass wasn't working.
Scott,
Neil,
I forgot how
who is
much
my
Scott
least
hates
favorite
Wan'Dale.
player in the NFL?
It's got to be Wan'Dale Robinson.
Would I rather kill myself or win $1 million with drafting?
He would
Wan'Dale
rather
Robinson?
kill himself than.
Well,
than
that,
win $1
well,
million with
that
Wan'Dale.
depends on if Neil's paying the taxes or not.
Is that true? I don't know.
Yeah. Part of it.
He just doesn't want to admit that he took Wan'Dale Robinson in a draft.
You know how people will like censor, bet slip IDs or whatever when they post bets online. I would, if you ever post this lineup, I would just mark out the Wan'Dale Robinson part.
The good news is if you go to a book, they're going to raise your limits. If you post this online, they're going to be like, this guy, we want to take his money. So that's a positive of a team like this.
What was
Yeah,
his?
send this to Underdog. They'll give you tons of free credits and stuff, man.
He got like 130 targets and like 400 yards last season.
Negative 2 A somewhere in there.
All right. Steven also asked us to sauce his team, which is a 2-4-10-2 team. 2-4-10-2. He has Jordan Love and Trevor Lawrence at quarterback.
I like that. That's ballsy. Good for you.
I see what he did. Okay,
He's got
I'm down with that.
Robinson, Josh Jacobs, Kyron Williams, Brian Robinson.
This is the way to, if you're going to do two, scroll up to quarterback again.
Yeah.
Might have preferred an earlier quarterback, but like if you're going to go 2-4-10-2, you're doing good. You know what you're doing with these running backs.
Yep.
Quarterbacks are solid. Go on.
Travis Hunter, DK Metcalf, Jawan Jennings, Jaden Reed, Josh Palmer, Xavier Legette, Jalen McMillan, Darius Slayton, Tutu Atwell, and Elijah Moore.
All right, I'll tell you what. I think Tutu was overkill. I think Elijah was overkill. Slayton probably. Slayton's good value, really good value, but probably overkill.
If you can't get Scott on board with your Elijah Moore pick,
I was just going to say the fact that we went through Elijah Moore and Scott didn't give this like an A and just fall over himself. I didn't know what to do with this then.
You know what?
He took him just for you, and you were like, "That's overkill." Yeah, it's an interesting build.
Well, who are the tight ends? I can't see.
Tight ends are Tucker Kraft and Bretton Strange.
I want to see. Okay. Did you cut off the third tight end, Neil?
No, there's only two.
Okay.
2-4-10-2.
This is where you should have gone 3 tight ends
instead of Elijah Moore.
Yeah.
I'm pretty high on Tucker Kraft personally.
Yeah,
I just. Man, I think Green Bay's passing attack's gonna be a shit show every single week.
Best ball where you're getting Tucker Kraft, man.
I just worry. What is this target share?
Like? And
I don't know. I love the talent, dude. I love Tucker Kraft's talent. I hate what Green Bay does with their passing attack.
I just think he works so well in a 3 tight end build, and he also works. I think if you pair him with like one of the top 3 tight ends. I don't know about the bye week.
Greg, how do you feel about if you pair him with Brenton Strange?
I think you need basically 2 scenarios to hit in this case for this tight end room to be viable.
Tucker Kraft becomes next George Kittle. Is that the scenario that we're going with?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't hate this team. I wouldn't have gone with the last like 2 to 3 wide receivers. I'd have taken maybe another running back and then gone a third tight end. But outside of that, it's okay.
All right. That's 3 drafts. That is 3 drafts done for the night. We could end it here. If anybody wants to stick around and do one more draft, I could do one more draft. Totally up to if all of you want to stick around.
I'm gonna have to bounce.
Okay.
Yeah, me too. I have to eat some delicious Korean barbecue. My
well,
wife just ordered for me.
If these two are, I was going to call it, but if these two are leaving, and the people want another draft,
people want another.
Stick around for another.
Give him the Alfredo, Greg. Give him the Alfredo. Sauce him up.
Let's get sauced.
I assumed that Greg was going to be like, I'm starving. I haven't had dinner yet because he's on the West Coast. But Greg is the one who's like, I can stick around for one more. Love it. Let's give it to the people, Greg.
Let's do it.
All right. Debro, Scott, really appreciate you guys coming on for this draft. I'm sure there'll be more in the summer. I
mean, hey, this is like a legendary quad box. You got to bring back the quad.
Can we do this quad box again? I mean, I would love
please.
this quad
Oh
box
yeah, dude, we can run it back. Just run it back.
Let's do it. All right, we'll do it. We'll do that.
Forget all
This
these
exact way.
time. Forget all this time slot bullshit. Just
We're
bring
just gonna
all
be
four of us
everybody
here.
on at once. I'm good with that.
Yeah.
We need a name for us, the four of us. Someone, the four.
Scott, you got to
Musketeers.
shave your head to be
That's
the
for
quad ball boys.
I might just do it. Just for that. My wife will kill me, but
I was fixing to say
start
you might not
shaving my head.
You might be sleeping on that couch behind you for a while.
What about a Squadzilla?
Oh,
Squadzilla, okay.
Just a working,
go with that.
working
That works.
title.
We can do that. Squadzilla. In.
all
I
right.
hate
Well,
it.
I'm gonna pee my pants. So
right.
I love you guys, but I
Love
gotta
you
run.
too.
All
right.
Not cool unless you pee your
Korean
pants.
barbecue.
Later,
Yeah.
Scott.
Later, boys.
D-bro. See you
Later,
later.
bro.
All right, Greg, you do get to do one draft, the Greg draft, just the two of us. Let's do it. We're gonna I'm gonna enter on my phone because I'm having issues with my service thing, so I have to enter on my phone. But I'm gonna do a 30-second best ball mania for anybody who wants to join with us. I will tell you when it's happening. I am joining right now. 6 more to start.
What if this is the one that binks? The one that we were like, you know what? We'll do one more. We weren't planning on it, but we'll do one more.
Cubs All-Star Justin Steele in the chat says, well, son of again. Justin, do you want to come on? I'll send you a link. I mean, D-Bro's gone. I know you like to join with D-Bro, but if you wanted to jump on.
Get in here, Justin. Why does he have he's got a wrench by his name here?
Because I made him a admin. Admin? What's the word I'm looking for? He's
I think admin works.
Admin works, yeah. Yeah, because he's an admin of the chat. He says, I think everyone's on Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin this year, provably Trey McBride too. Yeah, that was those were Justin's guys last year, which worked out pretty damn well. Mod is what I was looking for, moderator. So we are in this draft. Thanks. Yeah, everybody's. Oh, and I am not showing it on the screen. That's my bad. Best Ball Mania. There we go. We are pick number 7.
All right.
We got D. Lutomsky in the 1 hole, the what in the 3 hole. Some familiar name. Steven there. Might know Baby Ray. Let us know if you're here. Crutches is in this one again. And I don't think I know these other names, but if you're in the draft with us and I did not mention you, let us know. You are obligated. You have to let us know.
That Terry McLaurin price is not cheap this year. I have not gotten a share yet.
I struggle with it because I'll do it if I'm going to stack generally. Like I like that stack. I really like Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
I don't know what I think about taking him without Jaden Daniels. It feels like if he hits, Jaden Daniels is going to hit in a huge way where he's going. So it's tough to not want to double stack. Yeah. So I'm not drafting a ton either. But I don't feel I still kind of like it. Not as much as last year.
Yeah, last year was an insane value on those guys with McLaurin in like the 4th or 5th round and Jaden Daniels going around pick 100.
It was a beautiful thing last year. Yeah.
And you have Bowers going in that same area and right around 100. Just incredible value on those guys.
What do you think? Okay, wait, let's make our pick. So we are the 7 hole. I'll sort by ADP here.
Yeah, I like going receiver here. Give us some flexibility in the 2nd round to take a receiver or a running back. But you know what? I would also just love to take Christian McCaffrey right here.
Oh, Christian McCaffrey. Man, you're throwing me off there. You're slow playing that one.
Yes, sir.
Christian McCaffrey. All right.
I didn't want who's this Crutches picking here? I didn't want Crutches to think, or I wanted him to think he was getting McCaffrey.
Yeah. Then he was flummoxed, didn't have time. Yeah.
Yeah. I just, what's happening?
Love it. Love it. I forgot what I was going to say. Crutches says late night and stream. These rooms are brutal. Yeah. I mean, tell me about it. I did 150 of them last year like this with these brutal
Jeez,
rooms.
everybody just sniping you over and over.
Greg, you're not going to stream 150, are you? I mean, you probably are. You probably haven't done any that are not streamed because you're doing the ton of guest drafts and then you're also doing your karaoke drafts.
Yeah, I actually am doing some that aren't streamed.
Yeah, you're older than I am because you could have beat me. You could have taken the record from me as the.
Am I older than you, Neil?
I thought. Yeah, I'm 41.
Wow.
I'm
my God. So all this like Neil is so old talk is
Yeah.
even worse for me.
Here's the thing, Greg. I never said I'm so old. I said I'm the oldest to stream 150 because that's the only thing I got going for me. Pete
Yeah.
he's younger than I am. He has a lot more people watching. It's just like it's hard to be like, okay, what do I have? What do I know that I beat Pete at? And one thing I know that because he's the only person who's also streamed 150. I know that I beat him in age. If assuming that being older is winning in that contest.
Maybe I'll wait like a few years just so it's a tougher record to break. Instead of going from 41 to 43, we'll go to like 50, something like that.
Yeah, that's a good idea. This is so far. So this is my fourth. This is my fourth, and I've streamed all of them.
I am going to stream from a special place tomorrow. Not live stream, but I did my draft in front of the Church of Scientology last week, and I think I got a fun spot to go rip a draft tomorrow.
When you say stream, you say not live stream, but you
not a live stream, and just like taking a picture of like, hey, I'm doing a draft.
I see. Okay,
from this spot here in LA.
In LA, the Hollywood sign is that?
I could do it there. It's not that far.
Okay.
For me, yeah.
All right, we're on the clock. We've got Christian McCaffrey. Could take
I think we probably. Wow. It's tempting to go Achane here as well with McCaffrey, but I think T. Higgins might be my preference.
All right. Let's do it. CMC and T. Crutcher says Pete's best ball breakfast stream rooms feel way softer though. Yeah, my audience just like way sharper than Pete's is what it comes down to.
Clip it.
Yeah.
Send it to Pete.
Absolutely.
Pete needs to know. Pete needs to know. Let's get a Drake, Kendrick Lamar, best ball beat Bruin.
Well, there's already a lot of tension there, Greg, because Pete, was the oldest to stream 150 best ball streams, and then I beat his record. So he's a little bit like jealous, like I'm no longer the oldest to stream 150. Yeah.
Yeah. That's no longer an accomplishment.
Yeah.
Because you've been outdone.
One pick from Bijan, King Henry start. Yeah, Steven in on those running backs.
It's so hard, I feel, to come back from like running back, or especially running back tight end starts in these BBMs, unless you're doing one of those 4 running back. You can end up with a 5 running back team, or obviously you can do the 4 running back thing, and then it'll be easier. But as far as ending up with a balanced kind of quote unquote normal structure team, starting running back, or running back tight end just makes it really, really tough.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, what do you think of the elite tight ends? Because I'm always drawn to, just because I like Brock Bowers and Trey McBride both feel so good to me. But I don't know if it's actually like it does set you back at other positions enough that maybe it's not the best idea. Where do you fall on the elite tight ends?
A couple things. One is, well, look at where Travis Kelce was going like 2 or 3 seasons ago. He was going at like the 3rd overall, between like 3 and 7. And I think Bowers is pretty much at that point already of, kind of points per game and what we can expect out of him. I think if you're going elite tight end, you pretty much have to end at 2 tight ends. Like you got to grab another guy. We're on the clock here.
Yeah.
We could go Chase Brown and stack it up with T. We could go to, I really, really do love Devontae Adams.
Who do you love more, Chase Brown or Devontae?
Man, I think we go with stack it up with Chase Brown and T here, and then we just end at like a 5 running back kind of build.
Yeah, it's a really strong. These could be the top 2 running backs. It wouldn't be that shocking. It'd be a little bit surprising, but it would just mean Chase Brown retained his role from last year and could be good enough. Like
really great coach speak on Chase Brown, and having not taken any tight ends or quarterbacks here. Like we could easily end up with a 3 quarterback, 3 tight end, 5 running back, and 7 receiver kind of build, and we can just like tag receiver if we're feeling good about that coming up.
Yeah. Joseph, this is a good question. It says, what's your wild card unknown pick that goes off this year? Scatterbo, I don't think qualifies because he goes around pick like 100, so he's certainly not unknown. So I feel like those are like kind of 2 different questions. Do you have let's go with like 18th round flyers? Anybody that you think could just like be, the Scott Barrett Exodia? Maybe that's not the right term, but just the guy that you need in the 18th round, the Puka Nacua, the Kyron Williams.
Yeah, I don't know about Exodia, and I don't think this is like a Puka level play right now, but I think I mentioned it earlier here. I tweeted it out, I think yesterday or the day before, but I do think De'Ami Brown in the final round is a really good pick as a guy who I think is going to play a lot of snaps on an offense that's going to run a lot of 3+ receiver sets, and he also has speed to stretch the field. He's very adept at the screen game that Liam Cohen is interested in running there. So I think we get several usable weeks from De'Ami Brown, and then they play Indy in week 17. That could be a really nice matchup against the Colts.
So presumably he's the wide receiver 3, right? Because Travis Hunter, we're expecting to play most.
Yeah, definitely expecting Travis Hunter wide receiver 2, and then you have Parker Washington in the mix there with De'Ami Brown. But the kind of player that James Gladstone, the general manager, is looking for intangibly, well, De'Ami Brown ticks every single box there. And then as far as on the field stuff, he ticks a lot of the boxes that they're also looking for.
All right, we're coming back up, and
God, I really wanted Ted McMillan.
I did also. DJ Moore, Travis Hunter, Cortland Sutton.
Man, that's a bummer. I'd be interested in those top 2, DJ Moore or Travis Hunter. We got the soft tissue stuff already with Luther Burden.
Do you like DJ better?
Man, I'm good with the.
All right, we got Hunter. Hunter.
I'm great with Travis Hunter. Yeah.
All right. Nice. I did there's a little trick, and this is a good tip for you since you stream with people a lot. This is something that Tyler taught me last year. If you are like talking with somebody and they're not sure who you want, you put them both in your queue, and if you like hold the name, like hold one of the picks over the other and hover it there, it'll like can buy you like 5 seconds, maybe like 3 seconds in making that decision. So if like you're deciding between 2 and your guest is like finishing a thought, you can kind of like wait and drop them right there. But you just have to put them both in your queue, hold one of them over the other one, and you can buy a little bit of time.
Like it buys time past the timer?
Yeah. Like the timer will literally like wait. It's probably like 2 seconds. I'm probably exaggerating a little bit, but yeah, it does buy a little bit of time on the timer.
That's super interesting.
Yeah.
I was just so devastated by Tet coming.
I know it threw us both off. Because it was perfect for our team too. Like we really needed a wide receiver. It was like, this is beautiful value. I mean,
I was drooling.
Yeah. I was also. So I was saying earlier, I think that your job, what you do, listening to coaches, all of their quotes, is like literally my wife's nightmare. Like she hates like sports talk so much. Are there any coaches in particular that you are just like can't listen to? Like you just like,
yeah,
crazy.
Absolutely. Well, we already talked about offensive coordinator Frank Smith for the Dolphins. Sean McDermott, head coach of the Bills. Very, very boring and long press conferences. A lot of like 20-30 minute press conferences where he's not really saying anything at all. And then Mike McDaniel every once in a while will be worth it, but just as far as how much fun you think a Mike McDaniel press conference might be, it's actually not that fun.
Because he thinks it's so fun because he's just like milks it, just like
yeah, he's doing his tight 5 But he stretches it out for 25 minutes.
Yeah, I could see that being pretty annoying.
Yeah.
I do a UFL show every week, and my thing is I only listen to, as far as Coach Speak, because I do it with Jake Kribbe, who listens to all the press grab and stuff. I literally there's the San Antonio Brahmas head coach Wade Phillips, I'm sure you know, does a Wednesdays with Wade, where he does like a 15 to 20 minute spot on a local San Antonio radio station, and it literally, like, on YouTube, I'll click it, it's like 50 people watch this clip. But recently he has been out, and they have a new young coach who's just taken over as the interim. And just like I've literally never learned anything in any of the press conferences, and I'm like, this just drives me crazy. Like, they ask him questions and he's just doesn't give you any usable info, and I'm like, I just wasted 20 minutes of my life every time.
Yeah.
So it's got, I can imagine your pain, my like this little bit of pain. All right, we are back on the clock. We could take Joe Burrow, stack it up. Calvin Ridley, Jalen Waddle, Jordan Addison.
Yeah, let's wait right now. I think I'd be into Calvin Ridley. There's a little bit of a tier break there for me.
Yeah, and we need a wide receiver, so I'm good
Yes.
with
Yeah.
and if he comes back, great. If he doesn't, who cares?
He's going to get a lot of targets this year in an offense that should be much better. We got all that talk from Brian Callahan coming in last season about how much how much he wants to pass the ball, which, coming from Cincinnati and that offense, you could tell, like, yeah, this guy wants to pass the ball a lot. Unfortunately, he did not have the personnel to adequately pull that off.
Yeah.
So they end up running a bit more. But we'll see what Cam Ward has.
James, this is not a reference that is going to work for me. Maybe it works for Greg. It says Mike McDonough press conferences are like listening to Sito Kaiba explaining a trap card for 15 minutes in Yu-Gi-Oh. Does that mean anything to you, Greg?
I'm familiar with the words Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yep, me too.
With context, trap card, sure. I don't know this Seto Kaiba person who he is referring to.
Yeah.
But maybe I'll go with YouTube and try to find a 15-minute video of this guy.
Yeah. Sounds like it's worth it. Worth checking out. Greg, what time do you eat dinner? Because I was serious. I was like, I'm sure Greg is like starving right now because you've been like streaming all day.
Yeah, I popped out to grab something before my I got lunch at like 3:30ish or so, which is about 5.5 hours ago. So I'm getting a little peckish.
Oh, so you do have, okay, you've got your dinner ahead of you.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, hopefully with everybody in the room with us, they will go quickly.
2 picks away. All right.
I wouldn't be mad at the one.
I imagine Kittle is long gone.
Yeah. He would have been the top by ADP here.
Are we gonna do it here? Is this Crutches picking?
Yeah, I would guess so, because I don't think Crutches
I
is one to take.
Crutches. I dare you. There we go.
He wouldn't. Beauty. Look at that. All right. Not mad at that. 12 picks past ADP.
Looking good. Makes me think we definitely could have pulled it off earlier. Pushing Burrow.
There's like a weird culture though of like people that want to break up that stack.
Yeah.
Like there are people I've seen posted on Twitter that they're like, I have fulfilled my obligation of stopping the Higgins Chase drafter from getting it at 72. And I'm like, this is so weird that people like feel that way. It's like it's a 700,000 person contest. You don't need to protect the contest from somebody who got Joe Burrow a little bit late. Like, I don't know.
I am the check and balance.
Yeah.
And of course there's the chance that the Chase Brown guy is gonna grab him, like a pick or two before us if he's fallen that far past ADP.
Yeah.
Or at least that's how I'm rationalizing it.
Yeah. It's always the keeper of the Burrow realm. Exactly. What's going on, Pat?
And Burrow far past ADP, stacking them up is a pretty nice feeling.
Yeah. All right. 79, our next pick. I don't take a ton of Khalil Shakir unless I have Josh Allen, which, I mean, he was pretty good last year.
Yeah, absolutely. Super reliable intermediate target. Not a guy that's going to get you like huge spike weeks, I think, on average, but a lot of playable weeks.
Do you have a lean here? I guess I'll just ask that for now.
I mean, I kind of agree with the sidekick here of taking a shot on Matthew Golden.
We'll see if we can.
Who's to say he can't hit?
Well, Pikachu takes him.
Okay, fair enough. Shakir that's Buffalo.
So yeah,
Ayuk. I mean, Ayuk would like pair up with McCaffrey.
Could do that.
Yeah, let's do Ayuk. And we have enough guys to carry Ayuk through however many weeks he may need.
Yeah. I'm struggling to understand this from Crutch's. Draft defensively, son or OnlyFans daughter? Like, if you don't draft defensively, your daughter is going to have an OnlyFans? Is that my interpretation?
Draft defensively, son, or OnlyFans daughter. Or wait, are these? You have to pick between the two. One is a son who drafts defensively.
Oh,
Daughter who is an OnlyFans girl.
yes. Okay, he doesn't expect me to get it. All right, fair enough. It's a joke, which is worse.
Right. We need a sidekick that will help us get these jokes.
He's saying I won't get it because I'm old, I think, and then you're even older than I am. So we're just hopeless here. Oh, I get it now. Okay. After he explained that it's the choose between. Okay, I get it. That is funny.
All right.
You have to choose. Are you going to have a son who drafts defensively? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. There we go. Well, I don't have any progeny.
I also don't have any
progeny that on the horizon. So I'm not really worried about those things.
I've got a dog, and he would never draft defensively.
Would he do OnlyFans though?
Absolutely. Oh yeah, he would love to.
Little red rocket OnlyFans.
Yeah. It's got a name already. Yeah.
Okay.
So we're at 1, 2, 4, 0.
Yeah, Luther Burden with the week 17 correlation with San Francisco. Golden Bears. Ask me any team, I'll tell you. Week 17 correlation.
Any team. Vikings. That's an easy one. It's too easy.
Detroit.
Who? Titans.
New Orleans.
Are we doing Burden? Is that your preference?
I think Burden would be the preference here.
Yeah, I'm good with it.
Like Scott was saying, and like Ben Johnson said, which we have in the Coachspeak Index Discord, the slot receiver position has been the focal point of offenses where I have been.
Wait, say it again? Oh.
Yeah, Ben Johnson just saying where I've been in the past, the slot receiver has been the focal point of the offense. So if Luther Burden, who was mainly a slot in college, who Ben Johnson just raves about his yak ability, saying, best in the class, how dangerous he is with the ball in his hands. And then combine that with him talking about how do we get Caleb Williams passing EPA up? Like, we're not worried as much about turnovers on offense as a predictor of the outcome of the game as we are passing EPA. So how can we get that up? How can we get his completion percentage up? Well, you get the completion percentage up by not throwing bombs. You get it by intermediate throws, short throws, yak guys. So they draft Colston Loveland at 10. They draft Luther Burden early in the second round. Like, we already see this blueprint being created right in front of our eyes with the Bears.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing for us since we have Burden.
Yeah.
What do you think of this? Crutcher says I have 0% Amon-Ra St. Brown so far this year. What's your reaction? So, I mean, if you think Ben Johnson left, like, suddenly, I mean, you're not, is that you not being a fan of that, or do you think with Ben Johnson leaving, maybe they don't pass it to the slot quite as much?
I'd be pretty scared to have 0% Amon-Ra St. Brown. The offensive coordinator, John Morton, for the Lions, saying we're not going to change a lot in this offense. Same thing that offensive coordinator Josh Grizzard is saying in Tampa. Like, hey, we were good last year. These things worked. We have a system that works. Just because this one guy is leaving doesn't mean he takes the entire playbook with him, and we're not allowed to use these plays anymore. We're not allowed to funnel the offense through these players anymore. They know where their bread is buttered on offense. So Amon-Ra still going to be a big part of that offense.
Yeah.
Now the price, absolutely, like, okay, but I feel if you're maxing, if you're doing 150 drafts, I think you'll be in position to take some Amon-Ra.
Yeah. I mean, it would be, yeah. I think I agree with you. Like, so I do think that I'm going to be underweight on Amon-Ra, and I'm certainly underweight as of right now, because I think, like Crutches is saying, like, it's kind of a flat tier where I prefer others. But yeah, obviously across 150, I'm going to be mixing some in.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing Crutches will too, but I don't know. I guess I haven't looked at his past. Do you want Caleb here? Do you want Purdy? Somebody else?
Yeah, maybe somebody else.
Jordan Mason?
Let's take Jordan Mason.
My guy? Yeah, love that.
Absolutely. I don't think I have any of him in my portfolio yet through 20 drafts, but I mean, he's somebody that I'm always wanting. I'm just like never really in a position either. I don't need a running back at this point right now, or just he's on an opposite side of the board where I'm picking, but he has a pretty nice situation in Minnesota, being paired with Aaron Jones there. It's just those two. There's not going to be a third guy getting himself in the mix. And with Aaron Jones's injury history and how old he is, and with them talking about Jordan Mason getting goal line work, they're pretty bullish stuff for him.
Crutches says, I bull posted Mason today and I've gotten 0 shares since then. 2 mistakes. The first mistake, of course, was bull posting about Jordan Mason, and then all of Twitter is reading your bull take on Jordan Mason. Second mistake, drafting with us, who are also making a bull case for Jordan Mason.
Yeah.
You'll get him. You'll get him back. I'm confident we'll be able to get Jordan Mason falling again. I shouldn't say I'm confident in that, because one more Coachspeak Index tweet about how great of a spot Jordan Mason is in, and his ADP might jump 10 spots.
It might. Don't get on my bad side, Neil. I'll have to tweet something out.
Don't do it to me. Don't do it to me. Don't tweet about the Vikings. How do you feel about KOC as a Coachspeak? Do you like listening to him?
I love KOC. I love listening to him, even if he's not giving like, oh, this is juicy information for the Discord or whatever. Right. Just hearing Kevin O'Connell talk about football is a beautiful thing.
He's just very thoughtful. Like, you can tell, like, he's just a smart guy.
Absolutely. And comes off as just like a really, really amazing person as well. Like, you can tell how much he cares about his players, about his staff, about just the franchise, the fans. Like, I don't have an NFL team. If I had an NFL team, like, I would want Kevin O'Connell to be my coach.
Yeah. Oops. Yeah, everybody agrees. Quezzy, yeah, love Quezzy too. Crutch is also a Vikings fan, which I think we did talk about. Like, you're not from Crutch is not from Minnesota, but just a Vikings fan, I believe. I forget. I think we talked about the backstory, but I forget what it is. All right, Crutches goes Charbonnet. Now, do you want Purdy? Do you want Tootin? Somebody else? Evan Ingram?
Yeah, if we take Purdy here, like, do you think we end up as like a 3 QB, or you think we stop at 2?
Probably stop at 2, but I'm always happy taking a third if you prefer.
Let's take Purdy. Let's take Purdy. We've got him stacked up with CMC and Ayuk.
All right.
Yeah. This is a really nice like double stack here, I think. With T Chase, Burrow, and then CMC, Ayuk, Purdy.
So as somebody who listens to every coach talk all the time, do you think that it like do you have a good read? Do you have a strong opinion about like who are the top 5 best coaches in the NFL? Like, do you think that your opinion is swayed by listening to them, or just like you can see in the results?
I think listening to them like does give me some further insight.
Yeah.
To like how they come, like Mike McDaniel, not an inspiring person, not a good head coach, I don't think. But I mean, you hear guys like Kevin O'Connell, guys like Mike McDonald talk about, process and scheme and just like really deep guys who get it right. And McVay, and there's a lot of really good coaches in the NFL right now, I think.
Yeah. Hang on.
I thought Mina Kimes saying that Sean McDermott was like an easy top 10 coach was super, super interesting. I don't think I agree with it.
So you're not high on him?
I think there's so many other coaches who are better coaches, better like managers of the game. There's all the stuff of Sean McDermott just placing blame on other people when things go awry. Yeah, I'm pretty out on McDermott.
Mr. Shadow, I will not be ripping any more drafts after this one, and Greg needs to eat. And eliminators, I am a late eliminator drafter. I don't think that my edge is right now in the eliminator, so I will be drafting later once the contest is much fuller. Crutches asks, he's curious what your thoughts are on the worst / riskiest OCs from your vantage point.
Wow,
we're on the clock. Sorry, let's do this first and then.
Sure. We have no tight ends yet. Is that right?
Correct.
I really like Tyler Warren here
as
the tight end 1 in what will end up being a 3 tight end build. As all this usage that they're talking about, I know we're not expecting this to be a good offense, but what if it's a competent offense? What if all this usage that they are talking about for Tyler Warren, a guy who they took 15th overall when they had plenty of other needs on the roster, what if they use him like they've been talking about they want to use a wide tight end? What if they use him like the Jack Doyle comp that Chris Ballard just talked about?
Yeah.
And all the like red zone work that they're talking about, like you can have him in the backfield, you can put him up on the line. Like, this is a guy who's going to be very, very involved in the offense.
Love that.
He's going to be on the
I did not realize that. Steven just posted the other day that he could see him being used in all sorts of different roles, which I did not realize that he had that profile of a tight end who's going to be used, as and Mark Andrews. I saw Coachspeak Index Discord. Mark Andrews is going to be doing some of the tush push for the Ravens this year. So I guess they're finding ways to utilize these tight ends this year.
That's right.
Hopefully. Scared year 1 with. Oh, sorry. Let's get back to Crutch's question. Worst / riskiest offensive coordinators.
I need to just pull up a list of teams here real quick because I can't think of any.
Oh, we are on the clock too.
Oh,
So we're
okay.
back. We'll have a break after this one, so you can.
Sure. God, what are the receivers here?
McMillan, Quentin Johnson, Jalen Noel, Josh Palmer.
We could take Jalen Noel or Jake Ferguson. I'd be good with either of those two.
Let's go. Well, who's Jake Ferguson higher on this list? I'm happy with Noel.
Right.
I think that's a good pick.
Yeah. Sorry, let me look here. It was it was OC's worst / riskiest. Okay. I mean, Frank Smith is Miami. OC is giving us absolutely nothing. I mean, with Vegas, you have the risk that the players will hate Chip Kelly, who doesn't, have the greatest history with players.
Yeah.
Houston is a total unknown with their offensive coordinator. I believe Nick Caley is their OC. And it's not even a situation of like, oh, well, the head coach, like in Jacksonville, right? Well, Liam Cohen is the play caller as well. So the OC not as big of a thing. Well, that's not the case in Houston. So they'll be relying on this guy. Just like running through these. Philly is like a big question mark.
Who's their offensive coordinator this year?
Brand new guy because Kellen Moore is gone.
That's great.
I can't even remember who. Kevin Patullo.
Okay, I know nothing about him.
Yeah. So maybe it's just more like kind of wild card stuff. Like that may be the scariest situation, is where you just know nothing about the person whatsoever, like know nothing about what to expect.
Yeah, that's a good point. That makes it tough. Just got the chalky first baseman on the MLB slate. Just hit a home run. I just saw. So I had to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you have him?
I did. Luckily, I think I had a lot, and then I swapped on to a lot more. I think because a player was out that I expected to be in a lineup. So far, it has not led to $1 million for me. So, but who knows? There's plenty of baseball left in that game.
Plenty of innings.
Yeah.
And
when I say $1 million, I think the top prize in the contest I played is $2,000. So probably not going to win $1 million. Oh, it's his second home run? Damn.
Ooh.
Yeah, Nick Kurtz. I picked him, by the way, on Monday. I said that he was my home run call on Monday, and did not hit a home run Monday. Hit one yesterday, 2 today, apparently.
Little flop lag.
That's a bummer. Yeah. All right. We're on the clock. Running back could be good here. Tight end could be good.
Who are the tight ends here?
Zach Ertz, Pat Freiermuth with Hunter Henry. Not a great range.
Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting.
Trey Benson goes with our Cincinnati stack.
Sure, let's do that.
Easy. Okay. A little bit past ADP.
Man, it's looking pretty ugly at tight end right now.
Oh, we got a San Francisco Bears stack. I haven't even been totally paying attention to the Week 17 stuff.
Yeah, or Luther Burden, McCaffrey, Purdy, Ayuk.
Yeah. How do you feel about Gesicki?
Well, I mean, I don't love him. I'm sure he's gonna have spike weeks there in Cincinnati, especially if T. Higgins misses any time. I don't know if we've seen any splits with Jamar Chase missing any time, but yeah, he'll definitely be used there. They've talked about wanting to do some 12 personnel. I don't know if they have another tight end that they'd be able to do that with. They were really excited about Eric All last season and what he was providing them, and they were able to run this 12 personnel package that they wanted to, but probably not on the table this year. So Gesicki gonna be more of a get more of that slot stuff again.
Yeah. So don't love him on a Burrow team though. Like,
yeah, completely viable.
Yeah. That's kind of my viewpoint also. Like, I'm not like super in on him. I feel like, would you agree with this statement? I feel like every summer there's like more positive coach speak about tight ends than any other position. Like, and it's always like, oh, he's going to take a giant leap this year. He's going to have a huge role in the offense. And every year I find myself like wanting to take all these tight ends because it's always they always make it sound like it's about to be a huge step forward. And then the year comes and it's like 400 yards, 3 touchdowns. Like,
yeah, it's a tough position to like learn and play and be dominant in, and then like a team scheme plays so much of a factor into like how effective and productive and how much opportunity their tight end will see.
we talked about the Colston Loveland coach speak on your stream, right? Am I remember that right?
Yeah, I believe we did.
And you were not concerned, as it was kind of my takeaway.
Yeah, I'm not as concerned. I mean, he was like really an elite weapon. We're on the clock here.
Yeah, we are. Gesicki is the sidekicks suggestion. Is Hunter Henry.
ADP? This is around the area that he goes in.
His ADP is 172.
Okay.
So we could push it if you like anybody else here.
Let's try to push. If we like somebody else.
You like Dowdle, Roschon Johnson, anybody else?
I do like Dowdle. Oh, and we have Roshan. Let's do Roshan.
Oh, I was a second too late. I was trying to do the thing. I was just trying to click it real quick so that I could do, but I was just a millisecond too late. All right.
Yeah, that's okay. Maybe Roshan comes back. Probably not. Yeah, I mean, just like in a vacuum, I'm probably taking Dowdle. I think he's a good running back. And I do think he'll get some real run in Carolina. I don't think by any means he's going to be like the lead guy, but I feel like there's a pretty big drop off after him to who they have next. So some nice contingent value if something happens to Chuba Hubbard, and I think could possibly have his own kind of standalone weeks here and there.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I guess I was sort of surprised by how much of a bell cow Chuba was last year. So maybe that was just because they didn't love their other options, and maybe Rico Dowdle like gives them that other option.
Dave Canales never called Miles Sanders a war daddy.
That's right. Rico Dowdle, war daddy. That's got to be his nickname this
year. He's not the first player to be called a war daddy. Matt LaFleur called Jaden Reed a war daddy.
Okay.
Sean McVay called Puka Nacua a war daddy. And then we have Canales calling Chuba Hubbard and Rico Dowdle a pair of war daddies.
I'm not familiar with this term. I guess I got to start paying attention, looking out for those war daddies, because it seems powerful. That seems like something you want on your fantasy team.
It's get 18 war daddies on your fantasy team. You're looking like damn Mad Max Fury Road out there.
Yeah.
Take me straight to Valhalla. That's where I'm awaited. Yeah.
War Daddy would be a cool underdog name.
Great underdog name.
I noticed you have the Underdog. Like you're like sponsored by Underdog on Twitter, right? They pay for your Twitter account. Is that right?
I'm partnered with Underdog for the second straight year, and yeah, they asked me if I would like the Underdog badge on Twitter.
Very cool.
And I said absolutely. Gimme.
Yeah. Has there been any coach speak on Rams, the tight end room, since the rookie camp?
Not since rookie camp. There's just that Les Snead comment about how he's the heir apparent to Tyler Higbee. When Tyler Higbee is done there, which this should be his last year of his contract, and he's getting up there in age.
Now do we want Gesicki?
Oh yeah.
Love it.
How are we
All right,
looking?
so 2-5-6-2. At quarterback, we have Joe Burrow and Brock Purdy. At running back, we have Christian McCaffrey, Chase Brown, Jordan Mason, Trey Benson, Rico Dowdle. At wide receiver, we have T. Higgins, Travis Hunter, Calvin Ridley, Brandon Ayuk, Luther Burden, and Jalen Noel. At tight end, Tyler Warren and Mike Gesicki. How are we feeling about it?
I'm feeling good about this team. We have 3 picks left, right?
We do.
So one will be going to tight end, and how are we splitting up the final 2? I feel like it could be good here with 5 running backs.
We could be. It's actually a really strong running back room.
McCaffrey and Chase Brown, like 2 workhorses.
Yeah.
And then Jordan Mason is going to get his share. I think Rico Dowdle, like I said, could have some playable weeks. And then, Trey Benson is just kind of a lottery ticket if something were to happen to James Conner.
Somebody asked earlier, is Trey Benson going to pass Amari DiMercato on the depth chart? I mean, is that like legitimately? I was kind of concerned, man, he really got passed up pretty easily last year by Amari DiMercato. Should we be worried about that?
I mean, yeah.
Didn't they take him in the second round last year?
They took him pretty high. They spent some good draft capital on him, and there was that clip during the offseason last year of Jonathan Gannon talking about the running back room and Trey Benson and kind of things he needs to work on. It was this really long list of things that made me think, okay, Trey Benson, pretty terrible pick, I think, at his ADP this year, which was pretty high last.
It's around pick 100, I think.
Yeah.
All right, so we need one more tight end. We need at least one more wide receiver, I would say.
I mean, we have Michael Wilson would be a week 17 correlation with our Bengals, big play receiver.
Andre Yoshua also part of the stack there, but I'm good with just taking Wilson. Feels like a better pick.
He's a guy that I'm just flummoxed by him. He might just be pretty bad. I know his reception perception has been kind of intriguing and a real light being left on for him. But then you just look at his production and it's not a lot. He's not earning a ton of targets. Is he a guy that's just going to be stuck in this range for the next 3 seasons?
He feels to me like a guy with an upside of 12, he'll get 12 fantasy points twice this year. But I'm also one who I've always said people make that argument of this player has no upside, and most of the time I think it's wrong. It's just a bad argument to make. If a player is, capable of putting up, I mean, now I'm questioning what I'm about to say. I was going to say if a game, I guess that's more so for the players that it's he never scores touchdowns. I hate that argument. But Michael Wilson is kind of the opposite, where his spike weeks already come. He doesn't come on a ton of volume. It comes on when he scores touchdowns. But he was capable of scoring a touchdown. I think he's capable of scoring 2 touchdowns. I don't know. I'm talking myself into a knot right now. It's getting late. It's getting late, Greg. I'm sort of disagreeing with myself as I'm saying it, so I'm not going to make this point.
I can't wait to be tortured by him this season.
Yeah. Chig is here for us if we want him.
Who are the other tight ends?
Theo Johnson. Let's see. So sorting by ADP, it's Chig, Terrence Ferguson, Juwan Johnson, Theo Johnson, Elijah Arroyo, Noah Gray, Tyler Conklin, Cole Kmet.
I think Chig has some real upside. Looking at what he did in the back half of last year, seemed to maybe be putting it together. Mike Vrabel kind of hated his ass, and then Brian Callahan comes in and says like, "Hey, he's getting better," and just a guy that's capable of really, really big games. Like how many he's going to give us? Probably. Like I don't think he'll have as many usable weeks as Jawan Johnson, but still could end up scoring more total points. Like could have some bigger weeks, I think.
So is that your preferred pick here, Chig?
Yeah. Let's go, Chig.
On if you okay.
And just say that like, hey, it's gonna be Calvin Ridley and Chigakonkwo. Like what else is going on in this passing game here? Like Tyler Lockett, super, super old. Ayo Manor, DK. Like what if one of these guys just don't work out?
Right. I see Steven paid a tribute pick to you with De'Ami Brown.
Oh, all right. There we go.
Talk to you. You've got a believer there.
He's
What's up,
going
Haynes?
17th round now.
Texas politics. Good to see you guys here. Coming in here late. Good to see some fellow night owls. Huham's another new streamer this year. But I think I saw somebody posted that he's been post streaming for a while, but I'm only familiar with Huham's streams as of this year. Good to see you. Okay, Steven says he was already on board. Okay. Yeah. What else do you have coming up this week, Greg? You usually ask this at the end of the stream, but we're coming up on the final round of this draft, and you're a pretty busy guy, so I'm guessing you have a lot of stuff.
Yeah, Friday, Ian Hartitz is going to come on and do a BBM draft with me at 2 p.m. Eastern, and then on next Tuesday is going to be karaoke, and Wednesday is going to be Davis Maddock, I believe, will be joining me, and yeah, it's going to be
fun.
Good time, and got some awesome guests lined up.
Yeah. I mean, I can. Those are some big names. I'm glad I went before them. I don't have to follow in the footsteps of all the guys.
Got Silva coming on. Josh Norris is going to join me for draft. Couple other names that I'm not gonna
tell us just yet.
Tip out just yet.
Cool.
But some awesome people.
Do you ever have, or are you planning on having guests on the karaoke show, or is that just Greg, just for Greg?
Yeah, that's probably just Greg.
Tougher to get people to agree to it. Like if you had asked me to come on your karaoke show, I would have been like, I don't know, Greg.
Maybe if people are out here and just want to like come out to the studio for one of those and do duets or just like hang out in the background. Might be open to that.
Maybe Dwayne McFarland would come on. I know he's he does some playing instruments and singing. He's the only one I can think of because he did a song on Pete's stream. All right, we are back on the clock. 2573. Do we want another receiver? Maybe.
I think we want another receiver. Who all is available here?
I am Menor, Royals, Austin.
I mean,
it's pretty bleak.
Ray McLeod, I'm okay with. Are there any? Scroll down.
Looks like it's Ray.
Yeah, I think Ray. I'm good with him.
Got it. All right, so here is the final team. We've got Joe Burrow and Brock Purdy at quarterback. At running back, we have Christian McCaffrey, Chase Brown, Jordan Mason, Trey Benson, Rico Dowdle. At wide receiver, T. Higgins, Travis Hunter, Calvin Ridley, Brandon Ayuk, Luther Burden, Jalen Noel, Michael Wilson, Ray McLeod, and at tight end, Tyler Warren, Mike Gesicki, and Chig Okonkwo.
All right.
I think this is fine. This is like, it's not like oh my God, I love this team so much, but it's I don't hate it like I hated the first draft I did with Debra. How do you feel about this one?
Yeah, I feel all right. I think a lot is going to hinge on Tyler Warren's season, right? Or just like making sure that these tight end weeks get kind of staggered the right way, but like feel great about having just two absolute workhorse running backs, and then I think we have a really good receiver room as well. And we also have a 2 tight end build that I think works. And stacking Purdy, McCaffrey, Ayuk, and then Burrow, Chase Brown, T. Higgins. It's
and Gesicki.
and Gesicki. Yeah, I think it's a pretty nice setup here.
We're all stacked up. We've got bringbacks with Arizona, and then do we have any? Yeah, we got Bears bringbacks also. So actually, I think I undersold it. I think I actually like this team. I think this is like a B plus.
Yeah, we have some real nice correlation here.
Yeah, which based on last year, I just have no idea. I'm just going to be totally wrong, and the bad teams are going to be good. The good teams are going to be bad. But you know, it looks good to me. It looks good to me.
Mm-hmm.
That's
all you need.
That's all you need. Exactly. I feel good about it. All right. Dulu Tomsky is making the final pick of the draft.
Crutches wants us to.
Yeah, we'll sauce him up. I gotta refresh, and then we will give some sauces. Steven also asked for the sauce.
All right.
All right. So going to the draft, we just did ours already. So I'll go to Crutches. Ooh, man, he wants me to insult his team, but then he's got JJ McCarthy, so he knows that I can't. He's got Patrick Mahomes and JJ McCarthy at quarterback, running back Chuba Hubbard, Tony Pollard, Zach Charbonnet, Bashal Tootin, Rashad White, Devin Neal, Dylan Sampson at wide receiver, Puka Nacua, AJ Brown, Devonta Adams, Ted McMillan, Jordan Addison, Adam Thielen at tight end, Travis Kelce, Pat Freiermuth, and Theo Johnson. I mean, it's tough for me to hate on this team. You're gonna have to do it, Greg. What do you hate about this team?
Scroll down to the 3 receivers he took again.
Here we go. Puka Nacua, AJ Brown, Devonta Adams, Ted McMillan, Jordan Addison, and Adam Thielen, and then at tight end, Travis Kelce, Freiermuth, and Theo Johnson.
I can't hate too hard on this one. This is only 6 receivers, but like those first, you spend so much draft capital on them. This is a pretty sporty team.
Yeah. Unbalanced. He says unbalanced by fave, 5 to 6 elite wide receivers and stops. See, I don't do that much 5 receivers. I do a lot of 6 receivers. I've not done a ton of 5. But I don't hate it. I don't hate going 6. I definitely don't hate 5. Feels tough for me. Like it's just thin as far as injuries, but obviously if your receivers stay mostly healthy, probably something I should do a little bit more of. Yeah, I don't hate this either. I think it's actually he did ask us to sauce it. So what do we have to say that's negative about it? He didn't double on the he's got some old guys, Devonta Adams, Adam Thielen, aging a little bit.
Bit. That's
Travis Kelce is pretty dead at this point.
Your team is comprised of people who could break the record for oldest person to stream 150 best ball manias.
That's true. I like that. Real old guys. All right. Let's do. All right. Billy saucing it for us. Thank you, Billy. He says 5 is too few with 3 wide receiver spots plus 1 flex. There you go.
Well, he has 6, right?
He does have 6. Yeah. In this one. Good point. It's not really sauce of this particular draft. All right. We also had Delu Tom and Steven said it first. So I'll go with Stevens and then we'll do. Where is Steven? Oh, there he is. Steven has Bo Nix and Trevor Lawrence at quarterback. Running backs Bijan Robinson, Jonathan Taylor, Kyron Williams, Will Shipley, and Brashard Smith. Wide receiver DJ Moore, Cortland Sutton, Jerry Jeudy, Jaden Reed, Josh Downs, Pat Bryant, Darius Slayton, De'Ami Brown. At tight end, Evan Ingram, Tucker Kraft, Brenton Strange. Man, I don't hate this team either. I'm not good at saucing, I think. I struggle with being too positive of a person, I think. What do you think of this team?
Scroll down a little bit to the receivers. Yeah, it's fine, I guess, if you want to like get to week 15 and then bust out. Like,
yes, thank you. Shit on it, Greg. Do it for me.
Like if you're cool with a min payout, like getting your money back, like some people, it's about the journey. It's not about the destination. This is like a really good journey team.
Debra says Alfredo that piece. Then it says Neil brings mild. I'm sorry. I'm it's late. Like I said, I'm a tired guy. I'm just not saucing all that well. I thought so. Here's the issue with it. I
Mhm.
read his running back start. I said Bijan Robinson, Jonathan Taylor, Kyron Williams. I hate it. You spent 3 early draft picks on the running backs, but then like he goes pretty deep with wide receivers who I feel like are like I kind of like they like have some upside here. So I don't feel like he like totally gave it all back at wide receiver. But yeah, you're weak at wide receiver. There you go. Your team sucks. Your wide receivers suck. That's the best I got.
Yeah. Why don't you come back when you have a different team?
Yeah, that's right. All right. D. Lutom has Jared Goff and Cam Ward at quarterback. At running back is Dave Montgomery.
We can stop there.
Jared Goff and yeah, I mean that's a bit weak. I just read I think it was JJ Zacharyason's newsletter where he was saying Jared Goff is going at QB 10 and he has him ranked as QB 19. Just the upside is not there for Jared Goff. So yeah, that's some weak sauce quarterbacks. Running backs, Dave Montgomery, Javonte Williams, Jadon Blue, Isaac Garendo, Braylon Allen, Jarquez Hunter, Blake Corum. I mean, this running back room could legitimately score 25 fantasy points as a whole this season. So there's that.
Yeah, I've heard of dart throws, but usually you're throwing them at a dartboard and not just like directly down a well.
Yeah, that's rough. He goes with the chalk 101, Jamar Chase. He reaches up for Terry McLaurin, who we were just talking about Terry McLaurin being kind of a tough click. He reaches for him, goes with Jamison Williams, Ricky Pearsall, Jaden Higgins, Trey Harris, Elick Ayamanar. At tight end, he has Trey McBride and George Kittle. Bully tight end on this one, and the rest of the team suffers for it.
I'd say here's the best thing I could say about this team is if you need $25, hit this dude up because he's just giving it away.
That's good. That's good. Yeah, I mean the tight ends can't argue with the tight ends. Those are some strong ass tight ends. But the wide receivers, I don't know. It's a lot of iffy wide receiver picks in my opinion. I'm not super high on Ricky Pearsall. I like both Jaden Higgins and Trey Harris, but also like huge question marks. I'd say
it's so weird when like a roster of 18 people needs like 50 things to go right in order for it to be viable.
But if they all go right, then this team
just
absolutely crush it. Yeah, good luck.
It's like if you could parlay your dreams. Like, let me parlay these 18 dreams I have.
Exactly. All right, we've done some saucing here. Yeah, I don't think there was anybody else who asked us for it. Greg, really appreciate you've been on for a long time with me.
I'm so hungry, bro.
Greg's got to go eat. He's also been streaming for like 8 hours already today. We got to get Greg out of here. So thank you very much, Greg. Do you have anything else that you want to pitch before you get out?
Just follow on Twitter at Coachspeak Index, sub to YouTube channel Coachspeak Index, and get in that Coachspeak Index Discord if you want an edge in fantasy football.
$5 a month, and it is just like the best resource you can ask for. Organized very well. Check it out if you haven't already done so. Thank you so much, Greg. Thank you all for hanging out with us. Please subscribe. You can also sign up here. It's $5 a month to be a member of the Flannelverse Discord. Of course, I also have Flannelverse YouTube. I also have a Discord that is free. Check that out. Thank you guys very much, and I will see you later.